agiribonu bi egwu nkwazo na ya mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ma mgbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru ya ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn yidume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
There's a problem that's why, as we are here today, one of the things we are looking at is that as officers, you know that the work that we have to do in maintaining of our assets when it comes to the vehicles, you know, it is quite key for us operationally for the movement. So it is you people, your job is also very key. You are a very key and integral part to the operation of the Nigerian police force. So it is imperative that this training, we assimilate and take as much as we can from this training to help and impact ourselves when we get back to our various destinations and our various offices. So I want us to just get the most out of this training, and let us be able to reflect it in the future in the work that we are doing. The facility itself is quite impressive that we actually have such a facility here in Enugu. What we see here with the officers, we are quite impressed. The training that is currently ongoing on these police officers, technicians and mechanics is quite key. Like we mentioned earlier, to the operations of the Nigerian police force, movement is integral and key. So it is here for us to be able to create a maintenance culture. So we've had police officers here trained for us to be able to maintain our assets when it comes to the vehicles of the Nigerian police force. This training is quite important, and as you can see here, the officers here, they are all excited and they're learning a lot from what they are teaching them here in Anamco, and we're quite proud of what we're seeing here as Nigerians. I would say that the training is a welcome development, because from how the training is going, they are really showing that they are learning something new from the training, and the way we did the training in such a way that we can interact to know the things where they are and where we should add on them. So like in the aspect I'm handling, there are really so many things for them to learn. Because these modern cars that are used in present-day Nigeria, they are not the same cars that are being used in the past. So some of them requires knowing how to make use of those technologies that are needed, like the diagnostic machine, the digital multimeter, oscilloscope, and some of them have not even seen those machines. So as the training is going on, they are seeing it, they are enjoying the training, and so many of them are grabbing something. So far so good. I would say the training is a very great one. To me, it's a great opportunity. This is my first time of attending such, and honestly, I have learned a lot so far.
So what specifically have you learned, and what areas were you trained?
For the past few days that we have been trained on the automobile electric. So we have been trained on how to assess the electrical part of cars, how to troubleshoot, how to detect faults, how to use the modern equipment instead of the analog ones.
We are very proud to be here, and we believe that after the training we will impact more knowledge to go back to our various command to perform very well. This 5 days training, we still need more to extend the training for more weeks or months so that we can be able to understand the training very well. Like the mechanic part, we need to go more practicals, not theories, you know. So we need more training more than this. We need more time.
Morning, welcome to Sports Wrap on Aneke TV. This morning, I am your one and only sports oracle, of course, and I'm bringing you the best of what happens in the world of sports, how it went yesterday in the Champions League, and what we're expected to see, what we're expecting to see in other climes of sports, including football, tennis, and even boxing. First of all, I want to tell you that Niger Delta Games will start from the 20th of February to 27th of February, which will include about 3,000 youths who will participate. It will take a series of games which we're going to have, and the event, which will feature 70 sports, including football, and a cultural night, is being sponsored by the Niger Delta Government Development Commission. And the chairman of Dunamis Icons Limited, organizers of the Niger Delta Games, Itiako, would disclose this during an interactive session with journalists, Benin on Wednesday. He said that participating athletes who must exceed 20 years of age must be indigenous with proof of local government of origin of the participating states. Well, while noting that the grassroots is at the local government level, he advised that efforts should be made to take the talent hunt to the grassroots level to discover more sports talents and to see what the country would hold in the sports. He pointed out that the states that are not doing enough to elevate sports development, adding that low budgetary provision for sports by states were far below what is required to uplift sports development. Well, he said that we must go back to schools, to school sports, to discover more young talents for the country, and he added that there's a need to elevate conversation on sports in the country. The reason why sports have not become a money spinner is because of the manner in which sports are being managed by administration. Well, he also said that the administration which is happening in the sports that is coming, of course, that it looks like they are shameful about the issues that are going on, especially in the country, looking at how people have been trying to cheat and is allowed in sports, and urging all hands to be on deck to stop the trend. He also called on the Nigerian Federation, NFF, to look beyond Uyo Stadium for hosting international football games and come to Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin City, which he said is as good as the Oyo State Stadium. Well, he said these things, and we are looking forward to having the things that he has said. Of course, we're going to see what comes on in the process of the Niger Delta Games that are coming. Moving on from that, Sondo Olise have said, he has come out to say that Osimhen's rifle issues with and rattles with his teammates was the reason why they had to lose the AFCON game, and maybe that could have, that could bring in a lot of disunity among them. While you have seen that NFF has come out to say that there's no cause for alarm. They came out to say that there was no cause for alarm, and Sondo Olise wanted to, or has said that that could be the issue because of disunity and stuffs that has happened in the process and in the tournament that was just concluded. I'm talking about the AFCON. Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Well, on the same news, Ako Adams, his goal has been selected as one of the top 5 goals. He's been on. He is the guy who scored against the Algerian national team. He had to dribble Lucas Zidane to seal Nigeria's victory by 2-0. Well, talking on that same line, there are other people who have, who their goals are looking at something that maybe could be number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. And we're talking about Ayoub El Kabi of Morocco being the number 1. Ayoub El Kabi stole the show with a bicycle kick shortly after entering as a substitute. I told you, this guy is a bad guy. He really floated cross into the box. He launched himself into the air, executing a perfectly timed strike that looped over defenders and beat the goalkeeper, providing Morocco with a spectacular moment against Comoros. This was their match against Comoros that this guy scored. The number 2 is Christian Kofane from Cameroon. The teenage forward Christian Kofane announced himself on the AFCON stage with a ferocious strike from 30 yards, leaving the Mozambique goalkeeper with no chance. Man, this guy just had to fire this shot. When they say keep firing, that means you just have to fire. And making in the same round, we're talking about Abdi Boudima from Algeria. And this was their game in the last 16 clash against DR Congo, where there was a lot of issues that came up. And we're talking about football being a psychological and emotional thing. But I'm still going to tell you the number 4. The number 4 is Papa Gueye from Senegal. In a final field with controversy and chaos, this Senegalese midfielder, Papa Gueye, scored the decisive goal against host Morocco in the 4th minute of extra time. He fired a powerful left-footed strike in the top corner. Well, I can tell you that CAF is considering these people now as the goals that we could have, and we are looking forward to having a lot of these things coming our way, because talking about Ako Adams has been very, very spectacular in the goals he has scored. That match that Nigeria had 4 goals, it was him that sealed the 4th goal with a that match. I'm telling you, his right foot or left foot was amazing. That match, he was trying to score all through the game, but he could not score until he had that moment where he had to register himself in the score sheet. And this is progress, and this is what it means to play for Nigeria. I love people who play for our country, people who play for their national team with all their heart, and the people who are passionate as the sports oracle to bring you the best of what is happening in the world of sports. Well, still in the same line, and now moving over to a little. I'm drifting away from AFCON. I'm moving into the games that was played yesterday. But there's this major news coming from Manchester City, where they are set to consider refunding the players who traveled with them to Bodo Glimt for that match. They lost 3-1 day before yesterday. They have been considering to refund these guys, and this is something they have been working on. Of course, that Erling Haaland came out to say that they have not been their best. They have not been performing at their best, and also that this is not the team. This is not the board or the management of Manchester City. We're talking about the players. The players is set to refund ticket cost for fans who flew all the way to Arctic Circle only to witness a humiliating 3-1 defeat to Bodo Glimt in the Champions League. City suffered one of the most chastening results in their history on Tuesday as the Norwegian Minnows claimed their first Champions League group stage victory in Anokwa. The entire 55,000 population that came to that match of Bodo could nearly fit into City's stadium, while the financial gulf between the clubs is huge. Well, City's players have agreed to reimburse the tickets or the cost of tickets for the 374 supporters who made the trip, and that would be that each of the tickets, we are looking at it to be 25 euros each, and 33, which is $33 each in dollar. And its statement from Wednesday, like I was telling you about this, a statement on Wednesday from City's group of captains comprising Bernardo Silva, Ruben Diaz, Rodri, and Erling Haaland said our supporters mean everything to us. We know the sacrifice that our fans make when they travel across the world to support us home and away, and we'll never take it for granted. They are the best fans in the world. He said we also recognize that it was a lot of traveling for the fans who supported us in the freezing cold throughout the evening of the pitch. Covering the cost of the tickets for the fans who travel to Bodo is the least we can do. And you know that City's only win in the last 7 games have come in the FA third round. My guy is right. He said this, and he is very right. Their only win has come against third tier Exeter, and in the first leg of the Champions League against Arsenal, that game they played 10-1. Now, the refund gesture was welcomed by Kevin Parker and a representative of City's official supporters club. He said that Manchester City fans will travel to the ends of the earth to support our team, and last night was so different in the Arctic Circle. Well, finally, Bodo is not an easy place to get to, and the sub-zero temperatures made it a challenging evening on a number of levels for our fans. The City supporters has an incredible connection with the players on a match that this gesture is yet another reminder of that relationship it means to us. Well, this is how it is, and this is what a team that supports the fan base, what the team that supports the supporters, because there's no football team without supporters. Have you ever seen a football team that has no support or fan base? I've never seen, no matter where they are. In fact, even if it's a local, very local leagues, that play across Africa, across Europe, they have their supporters, and their supporters are very loud. I used to wonder, many years ago when I was growing up, I used to watch Middlesbrough, I used to watch Portsmouth, I used to watch West Brom, I used to watch QPR, I used to watch Hull City, I used to watch all these people who play on the division level right now. I used to watch them dominating the Premier League and playing the best of the game. Then there was Leeds were just the least. You get that? Leeds were just the least of the guys who were at the top, and now Aston Villa was kind of not even around that. But you see that these guys are powering now, and these people I mentioned their names are playing on the division base, and they still have fans. I'm telling you that football is not just a culture, it is a religion, because people will find what to put their focus and put their heart to and dedicate their moments to. And I'm talking about the fans of Manchester City traveling all the way from England, from UK, from Manchester to that sub-zero region. Of course, there was a lot of cold. That's a Norway, that Norwegian region. There was a lot of cold, and there was a lot of temperature that could just maim you. But these guys contributed and had to travel. Of course, I'm telling you that this is what a club will do for their people, and this set of people. I'm talking about the Manchester City team of captains Bernardo Silva, Erling Haaland, Rodri, and Ruben Diaz. These guys are going on the right direction, I can tell you. We're going to see what happens in the end of the day. Well, still on the news, we are talking about transfers and what has happened in the world of transfer. Of course, I was not able to bring that to you yesterday. We're talking about Arsenal's Ethan Nwaneri, who played at Saka's wing, who was delivering and giving the ball and was playing very well, is set to move to Olympique Marseille, and he had this transfer yesterday where he had to move to this great football. He said that these people, they have a great team, and he's looking forward to playing with the best of the best. That Roberto Zibedi is one of the best in the league, and he is interested and he is excited to have a good time in the team. He is a left-footed bad player. I wish that we could have such people in their playmaking and others. Now, I want to bring it back a little back to AFCON, because this is one of the things that I read and I saw and I followed and I meditated upon, and I am telling you that if it's true, then, which we saw that it's true to some extent, but it's after the investigations, we'll know. You know that Thierry Henry, the French Mistro, has come out to say that those refereeing and AFCON, especially the Senegal against Morocco final game, was very poor, that Africans, we did not do well in that match, especially in the refereeing that went on, because he was expecting that these guys would do a better job. Just look at the officiating too, the handling of how the ref had the decision making. There's no officiating without decision making, because decision making is the core part of sport and the core part of the rules that goes in sport. So he said that he's not blaming them. He's not blaming the I want to say the officiating ministers. He's not blaming them. He's not blaming the guys, the ref, of course. He's blaming the people who has reduced the standard, who would not want to put them through the rigorous work to become a world standard. He said they are not up to what we watch in other claims of football, and that is really what we are looking into. You know that on the same hand, the national team of Algeria has been sanctioned by the Confederation of African Football. They came together to bring out the clips and to watch the match again of how the Algerian national team, how they were misbehaving, the fouls that they've committed. They went against the rules of the fouls, of the number of fouls you should commit in a particular game. And if you actually saw this game, it was a rough rumble. It was not a royal rumble. There's nothing royalty about this game. It was a rough rumble that we were looking for our hairlines. You see, some of them don't have no hairline, but we were looking for us, because we were trying to gather ourselves and come back to playing. And I think that this was the reason why Akko had to show them who the man is, who the real people, who the people that plays. Of course, Akko has already delivered his wonderful goal, his beautiful goal. But that was what happened. And as I'm talking to you right now, they have been fined 5,000 euros. They have been fined 5,000 euros. Of course, with everything is going to 10,000 euros right now that they are going to pay, to settle. And the people who committed the foul, they will have 1 year match ban. From the time the ban was given, they will have 1 year match ban, and they will not participate in anything CAF is bringing for the next 1 year from the time that the suspension had to kick off. And that's what we're having today, and that is what is happening today. Well, I want to take it a bit further to the Champions League yesterday. What happened in the world of Champions League? What were we expecting? And who scored the most goals? I can tell you that Barcelona, big up to the fans of Barca. For you guys really made your team to be lively. I'm talking about this result yesterday. Credit to Fabrizio Romano for bringing for the use of your graphics. Thank you very much. We're talking about Ferran Lopez, and he had to score 2 goals. He made a great mark and made wonderful time, and goal that he scored yesterday. And Olmo too had to register, while Lewandowski replied or sealed the win by the 71st minute. This guys, in fact, something funny happened in this match. How did this thing happened against Arsenal a few match many weeks ago, where Gabriel Jesus, no, not Gabriel Jesus, Gabriel White had to score. He scored an own goal, and he had to rush and go and equalize the game. And yesterday it happened to Robert Lewandowski. He scored an own goal and he had to rush very quick to go and seal. I feel that every player in the pitch should be scoring own goals so that they can go and score back the people that they are scoring, because one mistake, of course, you are not above mistake. You are not above mistake. You are not above mistake. So sometimes it can come up in your game, it can come up in what is happening, but then we're going to see what it is. Now I want to give you a rundown of yesterday's Champions League. Well, Chelsea won their match yesterday, and Caicedo came from behind to register that mark on the 76th minute that we had the game. And still talking about it, Newcastle, big ups to Newcastle for winning their game yesterday again. They had 3-0. I told you that PSV and Dovin were coming to Newcastle to play their game, and the match I was expecting a lot of goals did not happen, as I said, because of certain issues around officiating and bad decision too. And I'm talking about the match that Bayern Munich had yesterday. Bayern Munich's match yesterday, they just had 2 goals. Harry Kane. I told how many people oh my days, when I tell you I'm the sports oracle, do not joke with the sports oracle, because the sports oracle is the oracle of sports nationwide. And I'm telling you, I told you yesterday that Harry Kane is gonna score 2 goals, and I said this. Did it not happen? Did it happen or did it not happen? Of course, he scored 3 goals, man. He scored 3 goals. And what is happening? Oh, okay. His last goal was cancelled, yes, but we have 2 goals. We have 2 goals. So I told you yesterday that this guy is going to register a good number of goals, and we are seeing it happening in our time. And I can tell you that we are up for the big gig and the big shit. Same thing yesterday with Juventus. Juventus scored 2 goals, and they had to win their the people they hosted yesterday at home. And we are still talking about that game. We are talking about Liverpool winning away, the club that Tanwaneri just went to Olympic Marseille. The Sazabulai scored at the extra time of the first half, and there was an own goal from Olympic Marseille at the 73 minutes. Then Cody Gakpo had to take it home and seal the win by scoring at the extra time of the second half. And this was how the matches yesterday went. I'm still going to give you the sheet of what it looked like yesterday in the Champions League, and what it was like, and how other teams performed too. And that is what we are looking at. That's what we are trying to say. Galatasaray and Atletico Madrid had a 1-1 draw. Karabag and Eintracht Frankfurt. Karabag won Eintracht Frankfurt at home. And like I've told you already, that Atlanta and Athletic Club, Atlanta lost to Athletic Club at home. Well, it is something that we have never seen coming. It's something we are expecting to see in the world of football. No one has the monopoly of winning all the time, but if you put in your best, you will always win. Now I want to bring you the final news before I leave the studio this morning. I'm talking about the Nigerian photojournalist called Puja. Puja started his career many years ago, struggling to capture a lot of things around football, and you can see him now. Guess where he is? He went to Fenerbahce. He went to Fenerbahce to capture Victor Osimhen. He went to the match they had last night to capture Victor Osimhen, and that is what it means. If you see this guy many years ago, he went from Morocco to the way Victor Osimhen played his match yesterday, and he had to shoot him. Why I want to tell you about him is that he is someone that has made a mark. in his career, he has climbed the ladder, and we see him moving upward. We're expecting him to cover the World Cup that is coming later this year. Well, this is all we have for you in the world of.
The Southeast has seen major political shifts in recent years, from infrastructure drives to security reforms and economic policies. But the big question Nigerians are asking on the street today is simple. Who is really delivering? We are taking this conversation directly to the people.
My best knowledge and understanding and what I have seen and experienced is that the best governor I know now is Governor Alex Oti. I have traveled to Abia State. I have seen the good work the man is doing. He's doing many things. That's why I'm saying that Abia State, Governor Alex Oti is the best governor so far for Southeast.
I've not been to Abia State, but they say that Governor Oti is doing very well. But here in Enugu State, where I am now, I'm talking to you. I think if I'm asked to rate, I will rate our governor as the best governor in the Southeast, Dr. Peter Mba. If you look at the transformation agenda of what I've been doing here, you see that within the space of 2.5 years, Enugu State have been transformed to what we don't know now. Economically, socially, security-wise, and every other thing. I think I can rate him 85%.
Mba is doing his best. Soludo is doing his best. I getting it. When it comes to structure, Mba is doing better than others. I'm a civil servant. It's not owing the salaries of civil servants, even the retirees, is paying them before those in service now. He paid the retirees before paying those in service. In kind of structure is doing better than the past governors.
So far, it depends on the view we're looking at. So in my own view, I feel Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has been the standard governor so far. Being a first-time governor, and considering the developments he's been doing in Abia State so far, considering the damages that has been done for the past 16 years in Abia State, and what he has achieved so far, feel he's really doing well compared to the other governors. In terms of infrastructure development, we've seen a rise in Abia State. That was one. Then in terms of payment of pensions, we've seen big development as well. Then in terms of education as well, we've seen big development. So then in terms of security, we've seen big developments compared to what used to be in Abia State before.
By my rating, the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, is the first governor in Southeast and in terms of infrastructure, he has been doing very well. In terms of education, he has been doing very well. Smart school everywhere. In the 240 or 260 political Enugu State, the governor has done smart school there. In the health sector, the 260 wards have also type C health center, that is the hospital that the governor is doing. You can see all over the governor is doing roads, that's infrastructure everywhere, trying to beautify it. And you can see, for past a year plus now, the state is very, very beautiful by the governor of the Enugu State.
From roads to security, from education to economic reforms, opinions clearly differ. But one thing is certain, the people are watching, assessing and demanding results. This is your voice, your verdict and your democracy. Keep the conversation going. Subscribe, comment and tell us who you think deserve the crown. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakuba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. Federal government moves to end HND degree dichotomy, strengthen polytechnics to award degrees. Canford's police communication on Kaduna worshippers abduction demands urgent rescue of victims. And on the foreign scene, Prince William poised for landmark visit to Saudi Arabia. And on business, IMF projects improved outlook for Nigeria's economy. And in entertainment, Dr. Adedeji Adeleke speaks on alleged secret paternity investigation. And now to the news in details. The federal government has announced plans to abolish the long-standing higher national diploma HND dichotomy by empowering polytechnics to award degrees. The reform is aimed at repositioning technical and vocational education as a key driver of national development. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, announced this in Abuja while addressing a high-level retreat of Governing Council chairmen, commissioners of education, rectors, registrars and bossers. He described the policy as a landmark move that would end decades of discrimination against polytechnic graduates. Dr. Alausa said the reform would elevate polytechnics into centers of excellence while preserving their core strength in hands-on, industry-focused training. Stressed that Nigeria's future competitiveness depends on a skilled workforce capable of solving real-world problems. The federal government says ongoing reforms in the housing and urban development sector are yielding positive results, positioning the industry on progressive paths. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Shuaib Belgor, stated this at the 14th meeting of National Council on Lands, Housing and Urban Development held in Ilorin, Kwara State. Dr. Belgor explained that under the leadership of the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ak Ahmed Musa Dankiwa, the ministry has rolled out flagship reforms aimed at strengthening housing delivery and improving urban planning nationwide. He noted that the initiatives are designed to address housing deficits while promoting sustainable and well-planned human settlements. The Permanent Secretary added that urban renewal programs, including the regeneration and modernization of aging sites, are improving livability, optimizing land use, and enhancing infrastructure. He stressed that increasing pressure on public funds has made public-private partnership essential in complementing government efforts to scale up housing and urban infrastructure development across the country. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, has reaffirmed President Bola Tinubu's commitment to fully funding the Nigerian judiciary to ensure its independence and efficiency. Speaking at the 2026 strategic retreat of the Committee of Chief Registrars, Fagbemi said sustainable budgetary provisions are critical to meeting citizens' demands for faster justice and effective governance. He assured that the executive arm is ready to provide the necessary resources. The minister also announced plans for a comprehensive digital overhaul of the justice system, including electronic filing and automated case management, while hinting at possible constitutional reforms to expand the procedural authority of chief registrars and improve justice delivery nationwide. The Federal High Court in Abuja has removed Julius Abure as national chairman of the Labour Party, ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to recognize Senator Nenadi Usman as the party's legitimate leader. Delivering judgment, Justice Peter Alifu relied on a 2025 Supreme Court ruling holding that Abure's tenure had expired and that the formation of a caretaker committee was necessary to align the party with constitutional legal provisions. The court dismissed claims that the matter was an internal party affair, noting that previous lower court decisions favoring Abure had been set aside by the Supreme Court, thereby clearing the way for Senator Usman to lead the party pending a national convention. The Benue State House of Assembly has passed a bill regulating outdoor structures, signage and hoardings across the state, aimed at improving environmental aesthetics and boosting internally generated revenue. The bill was passed during a plenary session presided over by Speaker Berger Alfred Ebenga following clause-by-clause consideration by the Committee of the Whole. The lawmakers said the legislation could generate up to 2 billion naira monthly if assented by the governor. Chairman of the House Committee on ICT and Digital Economy, Honorable Samuel Agada, noted that the law would also create employment opportunities, as the bill now awaits Governor Hyacinth alias Assent. The Adamawa state government has confirmed massive financial losses following a fire outbreak at the Kasuwa and Dadi Grains Market in Dume's Song local government area, which destroyed over 60 shops. Deputy Governor Professor Kaltepwa Faruopta, who visited the scene, described the incident as a severe economic setback for traders and families affected, noting that although no lives were lost, the cause of the fire remains under investigation. She warned residents to exercise caution during the dry Harmattan season, urging proper handling of fire and refuse disposal, as government officials and traditional rulers assessed the damage and offered support to victims. The Christian Association of Nigeria (CAN) has criticized the Nigeria police force over its initial denial of a reported mass abduction in Kuminwali community, Kaduna State. CAN President Archbishop Daniel Oko described the police response as troubling, stating that dismissing early reports heightened fear among families and undermined public trust, especially in matters involving human lives. While welcoming the eventual deployment of security assets to the area, CAN called for improved crisis communication and demanded the immediate release of abducted worshippers, urging authorities to treat the stress reports with urgency. Meanwhile, Kaduna State Governor Ubasani has assured residents that all persons abducted during Sunday's attack on Kuminwali village in Kajuru local government area will be rescued. The governor gave the assurance during a visit to the community, accompanied by senior government officials and security chiefs, stating that the government is working round the clock with security agencies. He announced plans to engage the Minister of Defense of the establishment of a military base in the area, stressing that government's responsibility remains the same regardless of the number of abducted persons. Ohanese Ndibo worldwide has fixed the last Saturday of every January as Igbo Adoration and Thanksgiving Day for Ndibo at home and in the diaspora. The decision was taken at the organization's National Executive Committee meeting held on January 20, 2026. Following appeals by the Igbo College of Bishops to adjust an earlier proposal which suggested the last Sunday of the month. Ohanese called on churches across Igbo land to observe the maiden edition on Saturday, January 31, 2026, describing the event as a unifying spiritual initiative for thanksgiving, reflection, and renewed collective identity. The wife of Enugu State Governor, Ms. Nkechi Nyeremba, has intervened in a case involving the alleged financial deprivation of a widow, Ms. Ukamaka Obi, in Achi Community, Oji River local government area. Following reports that 1.6 million naira was withdrawn from the late husband's ATM account and withheld from the widow. Ms. Mba, through her office and the Custos Care Foundation, coordinated efforts with local authorities to resolve the matter. The funds were fully refunded and the ATM card returned, drawing widespread condemnation from community leaders who praised the intervention and assured continued protection and support for the widow and her children. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. The federal government plans to abolish the HND degree dichotomy and empower polytechnics to award degrees. The Christian Association of Nigeria has condemned police communication over the abduction of worshippers in Kaduna and is calling for the immediate rescue of the victims. And coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, Prince William is set for a historic visit to Saudi Arabia. And in business, the International Monetary Fund has projected a brighter future for the Nigerian economy. And in entertainment, Dr. Adedeji Adeleke has broken his silence on the reporter's secret paternity probe. We'll be right back.
Aneke television. How I get one of the father and I am what you Mbo Wabian, mgbagbuo gbagbatara n'ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn idume na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta
Welcome back. Still on the news, the death toll from the devastating fire at Gul Plaza in Karachi has risen to about 50 as rescue workers recovered more bodies from the ruins. Firefighters battled the inferno for several days inside the multi-story shopping complex, which housed over 1,200 businesses before bringing it under control. Authorities say at least 84 people were initially reported missing, raising fears that the casualty figure could still increase. Many of the recovered victims remained unidentified, prompting officials to begin a DNA matching process to confirm identities. The tragedy is the deadliest fire incident in Karachi in more than a decade and has renewed concerns over safety standards in crowded commercial buildings. Investigations are ongoing to determine the cause of the blaze as families continue to await answers. Prince William will next month make his first official visit to Saudi Arabia, marking a historic moment in relations between the United Kingdom and the Kingdom. Kensington Palace confirmed that the Prince of Wales will travel from February 9 to 11th. The visit is aimed at strengthening cooperation in trade, energy and investment between both countries, as they approach nearly 100 years of former diplomatic ties. Officials say the trip reflects the UK's commitment to deepening its partnership with Saudi Arabia. The three-day visit underscores growing royal engagements with the Gulf region and is expected to combine traditional diplomacy with economic discussions amid ongoing transformation in the kingdom. Russian President Vladimir Putin has confirmed that Moscow is reviewing the invitation from US President Donald Trump to join a newly proposed Board of Peace. Putin announced during a televised meeting that Russia's foreign ministry is studying the proposal and consulting allies. The initiative reportedly requires a $1 billion fee for permanent membership. Mr. Putin suggested that Russia could use frozen assets held abroad to fund its participation, potentially redirecting the money toward post-conflict reconstruction if peace agreements are reached. The board, initially conceived to oversee Gaza reconstruction, is seen as a possible alternative global platform. Some U.S. allies have raised concerns over its structure as debate continues over its role and influence. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced a framework agreement with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte over Greenland, easing months of diplomatic tension. Mr. Trump confirmed that proposed tariffs against European allies earlier scheduled for February 1st have been withdrawn. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Trump ruled out the use of military force to pursue Greenland, insisting instead of negotiations with Denmark. He reiterated that U.S. interest in the Arctic territory is driven by national security considerations. The development has calmed financial markets and eased fears of a transatlantic trade dispute. While details of Greenland framework remain undisclosed, diplomatic engagement has replaced confrontation. The United States military has begun transferring Islamic State detainees from Syria to Iraq amid growing security concerns. Pentagon officials confirmed that 150 detainees have already been relocated as part of a broader contingency plan. The operation follows instability in northeastern Syria, where several detention facilities face uncertainty. U.S. commanders say the move is necessary to prevent escape and maintain pressure on the terror group. American forces are coordinating with Iraqi authorities and the Syrian government to ensure regional stability. Officials say more transfers may follow as efforts continue to prevent a resurgence of ISIS. And now in business news, the International Monetary Fund has revised Nigeria's economic growth outlook upward, citing improved macroeconomic reforms in its latest World Economic Outlook. The IMF projects Nigeria's economy will grow by 4.4% in 2026. The fund credited Nigeria's policy adjustments for boosting growth across sub-Saharan Africa. which is also projected to expand by 4.4%. Improved commodity prices and better access to global capital were highlighted as key factors. However, the IMF warned against reform reversals, urging sustained discipline to maintain gains, especially as political pressures increase ahead of future elections. The Enugu state government has recovered 1.88 billion naira from the CEO of Sujimoto Construction Limited following EFCC investigations into alleged diversion of funds meant for smart green schools. The funds were handed over at the EFCC Enugu zonal office after petition by the state government. EFCC officials said investigations are ongoing and further recoveries may follow. Receiving the funds, the secretary to the state government assured that the money would be reinvested into public infrastructure, reaffirming the administration's commitment to transparency and accountability. The Nigerian naira recorded slight depreciation at the official foreign exchange market on Thursday. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the currency traded at about 1,421 to the dollar. Analysts attributed the movement to routine market corrections and midweek liquidity demands. Despite adjustment, the naira remains within a stable trading range at the primary market. The dollar exchange between 1,482 naira and 1,495 naira reflects steady retail demand for foreign currency. And now in sports, the Confederation of African Football has imposed sanctions on Algeria following misconduct after the AFCON 2025 quarter-final loss to Nigeria. CAF cited improper behavior by players, officials and fans. Goalkeeper Lucas Zidane received a 2-match suspension, while defender Rafik Belhali was handed a 4-match ban with 2 matches suspended. The Algerian FA was also fined $100,000. CAF says the sanction reinforced its commitment to discipline and sportsmanship across African football competitions. As Monaco striker George Ilekena has become the youngest African player to make 15 UEFA Champions League appearances. At 90 years and 157 days, he surpassed Nwankwo Kanu's long-standing record. Born in Lagos and raised in France, Ilekena rose through Royal Antwerp before joining Monaco, where he also became the club's youngest Champions League goalscorer. UEFA confirmed the milestone as the teenager continues to establish himself as one of Africa's brightest football talents. Niger Tornadoes defender Chibueze Ezefule Damian has declared himself fit after recovering from illness. The defender missed the opening matches of the NPFL second stanza. Speaking to the club's media team, Damian said he is fully ready to return as the team prepares to face Eyimba this weekend. His return is expected to boost Tornadoes' defensive strength as the second half of the season intensifies. And now to the world of entertainment. Billionaire businessman Adedeji Adeleke has revealed that 5 DNA tests were conducted to resolve a long-standing paternity claim involving his son Davido. The test followed allegations dating back to 2014. Dr. Adeleke said the family allowed independent testing in multiple facilities to eliminate doubts involving both Davido and his cousin B. Red. The disclosure is aimed at ending years of speculation surrounding the claim as public debate continues over the matter. Still on entertainment, Nollywood actress Tonto DK has taken legal action against an alleged impersonator accused of defrauding fans on TikTok. The actress confirmed that police are tracking the suspect. DK said the individual posed as her and extorted money from followers, stressing that the matter goes beyond online parody. She urged fans to engage only with her verified accounts as investigations continues. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here is a recap of our top stories for today. The federal government is set to scrap the HND degree dichotomy with plans to strengthen polytechnics and empower them to award degrees. The Christian Association of Nigeria (CAN) has criticized the police over their handling and communication on the abduction of worshippers in Kaduna, urging security agencies to ensure the safe rescue of the victims. And on the international scene, Prince William is preparing for a landmark visit to Saudi Arabia as part of diplomatic engagement. And in business news, the International Monetary Fund (IMF) has projected a more positive outlook for Nigeria's economy in the period ahead. And in entertainment, Dr. Adedeji Adeleke has addressed reports surrounding an alleged secret paternity investigation. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakba. Thank you for watching.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
The Southeast has seen major political shifts in recent years, from infrastructure drives to security reforms and economic policies. But the big question Nigerians are asking on the street today is simple: who is really delivering? We are taking this conversation directly to the people.
My best knowledge and understanding and what I have seen and experienced is that the best governor I know now is Governor Alex Oti. I have traveled to other states. I have seen the good work the man is doing. He's doing many things. That's why I'm saying that Abia State, Governor Alex Oti is the best governor so far for Southeast.
I've not been to Abia State, but they say that Governor Oti is doing very well. But here in Enugu State, where I am now, I'm talking to you. I think if I'm asked to rate, I will rate our governor as the best governor in the Southeast, Dr. Peter Mba. If you look at the transformation agenda of what I've been doing here, you see that within the space of 2.5 years, Enugu State have been transformed to what we don't know now. Economically, socially, security-wise, and every other thing. I think I can rate him 85%.
Mba is doing his best. Soludo is doing his best. I get in it. When it comes to structure, Mba is doing better than others. I'm a civil servant. It's all owing the salaries of civil servants, even the retirees, is paying them before those in service now. He paid the retirees before paying those in service. In kind of structure is doing better than the past governors.
So far, it depends on the view we're looking at. So in my own view, I feel Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has been the standout governor so far. Being a first-time governor and considering the developments he's been doing in Abia State so far, considering the damages that has been done for the past 16 years in Abia State and what he has achieved so far, feel he's really doing well compared to the other governors. In terms of infrastructure development, we've seen a rise in Abia State. That was one. Then in terms of payment of what was it called, pensions, we've seen big development as well. Then in terms of education as well, we've seen big development. So then in terms of security, we've seen big developments compared to what used to be in Abia State before.
By my rating, the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Dr. Peter Ulisimba, is the first governor in Southeast and in terms of infrastructure, he has been doing very well. In terms of education, he has been doing very well. Smart school everywhere. In the 240 or 260 political in Enugu State, the governor has done smart school there. The health sector, the 260 wards have also type C health center, that's the hospital that the governor is doing. You can see all over the governor is doing roads, that's the infrastructure there, trying to beautify it. And you can see for past a year plus now, the state is very, very beautiful. The governor of the state.
From roads to security, from education to economic reforms, opinions clearly differ. But one thing is certain, the people are watching, assessing and demanding results. This is your voice, your verdict and your democracy. Keep the conversation going. Subscribe, comment and tell us who you think deserve the crown. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Governor Peter Mbah has revealed that the Enugu State chapter of All Progressive Congress is working towards building a 2 million member party base across the state. The declaration has sparked political conversations among residents on what such an expansion could mean for party politics and governance in Enugu State.
In any party that is doing well, they don't need to stress themselves in bringing people. People are the ones that are supposed to come to that party. It happened that the APC government right now is doing the work that we needed in Nigeria. There is no need of APC having a plan of bringing people, because we are the one that need to come to that party that is doing well. If it happened that all this insecurity and other things that is happening in Nigeria have been stopped, we don't need all this.
If I'm to say, it will be possible because the previous administration or tenure of those APC, the Nigerians are not happy with them. That is it. So they can't make it. Then we have other parties that can face them or challenge them. Yes, if APC happen to come to the seat again, it will affect the country negatively, both economically and the political aspect of life. People are dying in hunger. People are no longer happy with APC. That is it. We have so many other parties that some persons can engage in, like ADC, PDP, and other important reasonable parties. We need more of sensitization. Talk to our youths. Let them know the importance of getting their voters card. You see? With the voters card, they can put APC out of the system.
I don't think it will show more of democracy. It will actually even make the country one party. So, in democracy, that's not what we want. So we need people to be selecting.
My opinion and view on it, first of all, is that they are trying, it's part of their strategies to win the election come 2027 election. Yes, it's going to be positive on their plan now. Because once they got up to 2 million people, that means they're going to win the election. Once they get 2 million members of the party, and that 2 million vote for them, that means they'll win the election. So it's going to be positive on their side.
It's a good one. It's a bit quite interesting. Quite interesting for a ruling party in the nation to do that. That means they're craving to see that the other members are now entrenched into the party. It has a very positive one indeed. So they will know their members. I call it e-membership. I'm aware of it. And I've even registered.
Opinions from residents reflect mixed reactions, with some viewing the move as a sign of growing political competition, while some others question its impact on governance and development. As political activities intensify, the APC's membership drive is expected to shape the political landscape of Enugu State in the coming months. I am Jennifer Onibo, TV.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042, and a pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and, of course, joy. And bring you today's brightfulness and that cheer. I am Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, of course, and today is Thursday, 22nd of January 2026. And of course, we've got a power-packed morning for you here today on Sunrise, where we've got that trending story, we've got a weather report and our business talk update, and of course, that special Sunrise vibe to help us begin our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Enjoy the cruise because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and starting on Sunrise today, we'll be kicking things off with our quote of the day, with words that are thoughtful, words that are inspiring, words that offer us insight in whatever we do to help us stay well focused, stay well driven, and of course be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates you need to be informed will be shared hot and tasty.
Yes, and right after that, we'll be giving you our weather report for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing to you the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the mental mechanic, the commissioner of enjoyment, and the business news updates.
Alright, now moving over to our quote for today, over to our Morning Show Inspiration segment. Our Morning Show Inspiration segment is coming from Mahatma Gandhi, and in his quote he says, "The future depends on what you do today." This quote coming from Mahatma Gandhi that says, "The future depends on what you do today." Now what this quote means, in essence, is that tomorrow is shaped by the actions you take today. Mahatma Gandhi is trying to emphasize, or is emphasizing, that the future is not just something. And the future is not just something that we wish upon. The future is not something that we dream about, but also it's something. It becomes something when we walk towards it, when we take action, like we said yesterday, taking action and not just dreaming, but also when you have plans, when you act according to what you want to achieve, when you act or you have this dream, that you want to achieve, you have what you want to get maybe tomorrow or next tomorrow. Now what it's actually saying is that what we do today depends on what we achieve tomorrow, what we can achieve in the future. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your own take on this quote.
All right, I think Mahatma Gandhi is quite apt, when he speaks to us like this, he speaks to us, directly, coming from a man who would say conquered, many things in life. He's one person that will know that conquered greed and is able to meticulously plan out his days, leading to what the Indian nation enjoys today as independence, because he's one of the fathers of that nation, enduring torture, being very, very focus on what he wants to attain in terms of Indian independence and how he wants to attain it. And when he speaks to us about, that the future depends on what you do today, that's exactly. And it then brings me to what one Latin adage that tells us that fugis non regamus est. Time wasted cannot be regained, and therefore for you to be able to secure your future, you have to start today. And what does that tell you? That to be successful, you have to be intentional about life. You have to be intentional about what you do, and being intentional starts with being meticulous in planning. And when you are very meticulous in your planning, orchestrating every hour, like the Latin adage tells us, that every minute, every hour you lost can never be regained. Tempus fugis non regamus est. You can't regain it. So every minute, every time, every hour counts for you to be able to actualize that very future that you dream of. And when you've meticulously planned, the next thing is to be precise on execution. Yes, you have to be precise on execution. So planning, intentional planning, meticulous planning, and precise execution is what counts, and that will set you apart in realizing whatever you've dreamt, whatever future you've wished yourself. It doesn't just happen. You plan it, you orchestrate it, then you begin to live it. So future depends on your today, depends on how you wish it, but beyond wishing, you need to work for it. And that's what Mahatma Gandhi is telling us this morning.
All right, thank you very much for that. So what Mahatma Gandhi is also telling us is that whether in personal goals, education, leadership, or nation building, that what you do or fail to do today sets the direction for what comes next. And also to round up, if you want a better future, you should start acting differently today, because small, consistent action now can actually lead to a meaningful change later. So whatever you want to happen in the future, you should start acting now. And while we're doing so, let us keep in mind that every new sunrise is a platform for us to grow. It's an opportunity when we learn something new and simply be more present in whatever we do. Now also let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And up next is our weather reports.
Yes, we'll take a look across the weather reports across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. Today it kicks off with partly skies in Oka with a hint of light early morning showers possible. But don't put away those sunglasses yet. Expect a high around 33 degrees Celsius and a low near 23 degrees Celsius tonight. The sunshine will break through as the day warms up, keeping your Thursday warm and mostly dry.
And good morning, Enugu. Over to the coast city. Today will be partly cloudy skies with bursts of sunshine. Daytime temperatures will be hot and inviting, typical for this time of the year as the dry season holds on tight.
Yes, and in Abakaliki, it's another toasty Thursday in Abakaliki, so expect plenty of sunshine with only scattered clouds. To keep things interesting, temperatures will stay high, so hydrate early and hydrate often.
And over to Owerri. Owerri today is expected to be feeling sizzling with a daytime temperature potentially pushing mid to mid 30 degrees Celsius. This city will serve you up classic dry season heat with sunshine and only seasonal cloud breaks. Morning fans will enjoy tolerable warmth that builds quickly into a hot afternoon. So keep that water close.
Yes, and in Umahia wakes up to hot and humid conditions today, courtesy of that southeast dry season, sun mixing with lingering humidity. Daytime highs is around 32 degrees Celsius, which will bring sweatbed energy, but evening breeze will cool things down comfortably.
So, wherever you are in southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, and you do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll be back with more news updates. Please stay with us.
television heu agịrịgbọnụ dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke television bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke television idume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etighị ọmọnwụ ntakịtụkwamogwu si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at our newspaper for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Daily Trust and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning for the news, debates, interpretation and analysis is the man of many parts, the Commissioner of Enjoyment, the Sports Oracle himself, Mr. Goodhope. It's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to
You're welcome. All right, now moving over to our headlines, newspaper headlines for today, starting from The Nation headline that reads, Our Strategies in Tinubu's Victory in 2027 by Yilwada. And on the Punch paper, the major headline there says, Counter-terrorism campaign, federal government moves to fast-track trail of 5,000 insurgents. And on the Daily Trust paper, the major headline there reads, Kaduna abduction, the denial that failed. And on the Guardian paper, the headline there says, Labour Party leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. Now we're starting today's paper from the Punch newspaper, and a major headline that reads, Counter-terrorism campaign, federal government moves to fast-track trial of 5,000 insurgents. Now the federal government is stepping up its counter-terrorism efforts by moving to accelerate the trial of over 5,000 suspected insurgents currently in detention. Authorities say the plan is aimed at decongesting detention facilities, ensuring justice for victims, and strengthening national security. Special courts and streamlined legal processes are being considered to handle the massive caseload as Nigerians continue to demand both justice and safety.
All right, so, looking at this headline in the Punch newspaper, where we have been told this morning that the counter-terrorism campaign, FG moves to fast-track trial of 5,000 insurgents, is very welcome development in these times, being that we are dealing with heightened security issues in Nigeria at the moment. And when you see this, first of all, it takes you back to the news headline yesterday where we were seeing the issue around Kaduna State government wanting to free some suspected terrorists who've been in detention, and then as part of negotiation. And you recall yesterday that we vehemently critiqued such approach to security issues, and telling the federal government that it's time we harmonize our security engagement in terms of the subnational and the federal government. Not a situation where the government at the center is doing one thing, then you have the subnational government doing a different thing. Rather, we feel that there should be a holistic approach, in handling issues around terrorism and the counterinsurgents approach. Do remember that part of the issues that the United States government did raise when they were talking about Nigeria being a country of particular concern and issues around Christian genocide in Nigeria, part of the issues that were deliberated at the legislature is the willingness of the Nigerian counterpart to fight terrorism in Nigeria. And when you begin to see headlines like that, then it may begin to give credence to people who hold such views about Nigerians' unwillingness to combat insecurity issues. Now this morning, as becomes an irony when you see this headline where the federal government is fast-tracking trial of 5,000 insurgents as to compare with what is going on in Katsina State. So you see that there is no common front on our approach regarding handling of terrorism issues. But be that as it may, one may be encouraged to see that yes, federal government is doing something in that regard. While we are talking about fast tracking of these very terrorists or insurgents, as we choose to call them, is a welcome development to see that there is a speedy trial, so that those who are in any case roped into or lumped together with these terrorists and bandits, if they are innocent ones, they will be set free, as soon as possible. But having said that, now it brings attention to a different issue where we see that National Counter-Terrorism Center is in the fray with the legal team and the defense ministry, in conjunction with the Ministry of Justice, is collaborating to see to this fast track of trial. Is a welcome development, but one thing now becomes a different issue when I look at it, that people have been kept in a trial detention center. The question now is, for how long have they been detained? How long has the investigation been going on? And why is it that we don't have a special court in place to fast track this trial, a situation where you don't need to detain people for so long? Remember that when law is involved, that any accused person is presumed innocent until found guilty. And it becomes more worrisome, when you go into law. There's a maxim that said that rather that you free 100 criminals than to put an innocent man to suffer for a crime that he didn't commit. That now tells you the position of justice in all this, being that we need to be careful when we say that we are keeping people in detention centers. So the question now becomes, what is the condition of these people, because they still have what we call, they have their right, that's human rights, that they deserve to be treated fairly. What is the condition? These are the questions that arises when one sees such headlines. Do remember that there were instances like this with the United States government where they kept people at Guantanamo Bay. It became a crisis, a humanitarian issue when they were taken up. The government of the United States were doing something they feel good, something they feel it was a way to curb insurgency and to handle security challenges by keeping these presumed terrorists, because they've not faced trial at Guantanamo Bay. They were convicted once, high classified terrorists who were held at Guantanamo Bay, but it became a humanitarian crisis. So in view of all that, you now begin to see to it to harmonize and collaborate the same situation we were seeing in Nigeria, where we were being told that these men are in trial detention. It then may come where the humanitarian society, the world over, will begin to accuse Nigeria, of beginning to, have humanitarian issues in the way we approach or hold these ones in detention. It may become a challenging future where Nigeria will now maybe classified as a country that has total disregard to human rights, right? So we should be very careful in issues like this. And it now brings to the point that we should have by now a terrorism court to handle such issues. We realize that yes, given the heightened insecurity in Nigeria, it now leaves a lot of insurgent or terrorism cases more than the court had witnessed in the past. Therefore, you have to now carve out a specialized court that will handle terrorism related issues in Nigeria, to see that people are not kept in pre-trial detentions for far too long, because it has a challenge of its own. When you go further to look at the data that is being released, then the National Counter-Terrorism Center is telling us that out of 390 something persons that were kept in detention, they have secured over 330 something, conviction, meaning that in that same number there were those that were found not guilty as well. So it now beholdens on the Nigerian state to see to it that will not just speak to fast tracking this move, but so it has to be seen that this whole means is fast tracked beyond what it's obtainable at the moment. But more encouraging is the fact that the defense, ministry is now telling us that there is still, an ongoing effort to see that there is what you call a DNA bank for which you can be able to have DNA data of these terrorists, subsequent that in future, if there is issues, you may not take this long for you to be able to identify who is involved, and that in itself is quite encouraging, given to the level of the data banks that we have in Nigeria, where part of the issues that is being cited by the United States government as to why they are pausing issuing of immigration visa, immigrants and non-immigrants visa to Nigeria, is that it's difficult to get information of Nigerians, and that has to do with data, not having a comprehensive available data upon which you will be able to investigate and get a background check on any Nigerian. So it becomes very encouraging when you hear that yes, there is an approach to have a DNA bank terrorist bank where we can at the snap of fingers be able to determine that this so individual is a terrorist, and that in itself will help Nigeria generally. But while I commend the federal government, I still insist and advise that we'll have we'll fast track the issue of dispensing of justice generally as a people. But again, when it comes to the issue of terrorism, there should be a fast track approach to see that these terrorists are brought to face trial as soon as possible, and the convicted ones go into serve their terms. And in such scenario, we may not be able to see where terrorists that has been already captured are in detention and perhaps awaiting trial are now being used as a negotiating tool, where a state government wants to free some individual as part of perhaps their negotiation effort, which they tell us is to ensure more lasting peace. And we all know that these bandits, these terrorists, have never been ones to keep to agreement. There has been a lot of carrot approach over time, but we see that in principle they don't keep to that. When you deal with one bandit group, another resurfaces somewhere, or they migrate from that very spot, relocate and continue their terrorist act against the people. And for me, I keep insisting that we should have a defined national and holistic approach to fighting insurgents in Nigeria, and as to how we deal with the captured ones as well, so that we won't have the subnational doing one thing and the federal at one end is singing a different tune. No, it doesn't engender confidence on the Nigerian people.
Yeah, I can tell you that this thing that Mr. just said about how the 5,000 terrorist insurgents specialists, I would say, the plan of federal government to prosecute them and to bring them to books. I can tell you for a fact, one of the things I saw this morning is that as a nation, people who are who are looking up to many countries who are already at the forefront of everything, we are seeing how countries, military personnel and security operations in other countries, in other climes of the world, are integrating the use of AI. And this is making it easier for them to be able to carry out their operations and make sure that these things happen. For instance, how can you take the census of, how can you pull down the names of about 5,000 people? How can you do it at a go? How are you able to trace these people from the grassroots to wherever they are? It's just for us as a state and as a national side to start early. I can tell that, of course, I commend the federal government for that approach, apart from the one we've seen yesterday or the day before yesterday about the Castina, the one that really got us. But right now, I can say that we need to start very early to propagate these things, to propagate the culture. If you go to other climes, if from the airports you are picked, from the anywhere you go, once you are entering the country, once you are getting into the place, you are going to be arrested for any crime you committed, because your database is there, your fingerprint, anything it is that will be used that will be used for your identification, and that is what is good, and that is how it is. We may not be moving around trying to catch these people, catch the terrorists, or circle them, all those things, but just having a digital coordination around this can go make us. I'm seeing the budgets we have. There's a budget for DSS, about 50 billion naira for their operations in 2026. I'm also seeing the budget for the military and also for the police. I'm seeing all the budgets, and it's about 200 and something billion naira for the security budget we have in 2026 budget that Mr. President has presented. This is not just going to go into arms or raising basic security, or like we've talked earlier, grassroots informing or educating. We should actually bring this to digitalizing this whole process, because I'm seeing also, there's no place, like you said, where these people's stuffs are recorded. They just like you also said, it could be after trial this person is not found guilty, and then they will go. So how are we sure that we don't need to come and be second guessing or cherry picking? No, we need to go straight. The federal government need to go straight and pick the right person, and go straight and pick the right source from the right source, so that we cannot be doing all these things here and there, and at the end of the day we are now losing up. So that's why I'm saying there could be some integrations of AI, digital surveillance and other things. These things can work there, because in those lands there where we have insurgency, there are natural things we can imbibe, like solar and many of them. We can find a way, we can do it, as we already have US backing us as in our security game. We can also bring them in so that they can help to get these things around. That's what I think.
All right. In all, we encourage the federal government to the issue around fast tracking the trial of suspected terrorists, that they should equally hasten up to see to it that there is a central national database on terrorism which is accessible to all security agencies. This in itself will equally help to fast track prosecution and help all the security agencies to carry out their duties diligently when it comes to counter-terrorism.
All right, thank you very much. Now, still on the security issues, we're taking a look at the Daily Trust newspaper, where the headline says, Kaduna abduction, the denial that failed. Now, Daily Trust revisits a troubling abduction case in Kaduna State, highlighting how initial denials by authorities eventually crumbled on the mounting evidence and survivors' accounts. Now, the report points to gaps in early response and communication, raising serious questions about transparency and crisis management. Now, we can also see that the abduction of 172 church worshippers in Kaduna State that took place on Sunday, 18th January to this year, 2026, where 172 church worshippers were abducted, and reports said that these people were abducted from Winning All Evangelical Church Winning All, Ekwa, Abraka Cherubim and Seraphim Church 1, and Huske Cherubim and Seraphim Church 2, and also that the worshippers were up to 172. And earlier on, we could see that where police officers denied that such an incident never happened, but later it was verified from both 7 others that were escaped this kidnappers. Actually, that escaped these kidnappers, they were actually evidence could be gathered that allegedly that they escaped these kidnappers, and also based on security matters, because this story is actually reminding us that the insecurity going on in Nigeria is actually troubling, where nobody is safe even to worship in their churches and all that. Mr. Ucha, I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
All right. I think you captured the essence of it very well. It's quite worrisome that when there is a security challenge of this nature, that the government upon which the people, the generality of Nigerians, and speaking in particular to Kaduna State, where we've seen denial by the state government and the local government chairman as well, coming out to deny that such a thing happen, it becomes a very big challenge, on what we're saying. What is our concerted effort in fighting insurgency? Will denial, and is denial a better approach? Why deny that this incident never happened? When you know that such an incident happened, rather than finding a way for us to combat, either by negotiation, which we've been doing for quite too long now, to see that these individuals are recovered, returned to their families. So why would we, both the state and the local government chairman, coming out to deny that it never happened, while at the end of the day, we are seeing the IG of police coming out, coming out to say and admit that yes, it did happen. And what does that tell you? We've lost man-hours that who have used either to go after these bandits, these kidnappers, and recover these individuals back to their family or engage them, while we were wasting time in denial. So it becomes quite worrisome what our approach is. But in all this, one thing that is so comforting is that both the Arewa Consultative Forum and CAN, the PFN and EQUA, which had one of his church attacked, one of his branches attacked, came out generally to critique the government, criticize them for denying that this incident never happened. Then it now equally is somewhat encouraging that the IG of police was bold enough to admit that it did happen, leading credence to our call that Nigeria as a nation need to have a holistic approach to combating the security challenges that we face. Is because we do not have a holistic approach that will lead a subnational government to come out publicly to deny that such an incident is such magnitude of kidnap that it happened. Why would you deny such? I tell you that in other climes, if we move away from Nigeria and you see perhaps a mayor of a district coming to deny such an allegation on such grounds, one may be forced, to vacate their position. Maybe, yes, you should equally resign, because this has to do with your constituents, people who are primarily under your care. And if you go again to look at the primary responsibility of government, we are told that government, their primary, purpose is to secure the life, not to secure life and property of citizens. And when an incident like this happens, yes, we know that there are situations where these things are beyond your control, that is not your making. But rather than want to appear very nice, in the media, for you to give an impression that you have a very, security conscious and well-managed state, then you now risk the life of over 100 and something worshippers, we are told, losing hours, like we did say, that would have been utilized to see that the bandits are engaged, either through kinetic or carrot approach, to see that these individuals are returned. You know what it is for 100 and something people to be kidnapped? This is not a time for us to continue to live in denial. It's happening. So either we face it as a people and confront it. Yes, we've had assistance from the government of the United States, but like one of our respondents did say, and I've listened to a lot of security experts, no matter what the United States government does, they cannot combat the security challenges that we face like we can. We keep insisting that Nigeria will be built by Nigerians, but we cannot build Nigeria on lies. We need to accept our shortcomings as a people. Yes, we've allowed the terrorists, the bandits to fester, and they've gained ground such that they can, operate at will. It is what it is. But what matters is, what do we do after they've operated? That's what matters. That's what will engender confidence in the citizenry, not by denial. When you continue to be in denial, what becomes the fate of this individual? It now means that as a country that we've decided to abandon our citizens. That's the impression that we're giving. We've had a situation where, for example, I remember what happens around the 1972 Olympics. I know the government, the state of Israel, went to see to it that they not only see to the release of their kidnapped nationals, but what they did afterwards as a deterrent, for terrorists not to tamper with the citizens of Israel. And that tells you the approach of every serious nation when it comes to security issues. You cannot live in denial. No. We've passed that era. Remember that when we trace these insurgents, we cannot lay the blame at the table of any present government. These issues have been there since 1999 or far beyond, culminating to the deterioration of what we're witnessing now. The approach, like I said, not in self-denial, but, sitting down as a people to marshal a plan on how we counter these issues. The other day in Katsina State, we are seeing where some, the government is making effort to negotiate and release 70 individuals back who have carried arms against the state. Then you now re-equip the terrorists to have manpower to now come back and terrorize the people. Here in Kaduna, we are seeing a government that is in denial that it didn't happen. But fortunately, the IG of police, was bold and courageous enough to own up that it did happen. And we've seen a generalized effort by the Arewa Consultative Forum, the Southern Kaduna People's Union, the CAN, EQUA, and all of that coming together to say this happened. But nobody, is taking up arms against the government to say that as a people we understand the situation. What we need is for government to say, okay, look at what we are doing, look at how we are engaging, to see that this situation never happens again. And one thing I can tell you is that when you go to Kajiru, where this happened, this is not the first, this can be one of many. But one thing I tell you, when I have interacted with people from Kajuru a lot, and one thing I know is that these people so much believe in Nigeria and the government of Kaduna State. So it's quite a pity when you see that their own government that they believe in, is denying that their people are kidnapped. No, these are worshippers who have left home to go worship, to practice their faith. The least we could do, yes, it has happened, is not to deny them, is to begin to see and put measures in place to see it never happens. Which is why people are quite apprehensive to return to school. When you see that schools are resuming, people want to see what is government doing in terms of security, to see that the people who are resuming are returning to school and teachers, are being protected. So this now leaves a lot, it leaves a lot to be desired on our approach as a nation. At this point in time, I cannot oversay it, that the Nigerian state need to have a holistic approach to insurgency, counter-insurgency in Nigeria. Yes, and until we do that, you continue to see denials and self-denials about the happenings. And I tell you, when we speak to these things happening, it's not that we are criticizing government, because like I did say, this predates this administration. It's been there. It's a decay. It's just like when you have a toothache untreated, it continues to deteriorate to the point where it becomes quite unbearable until you get to the dentist and you now have to endure pain again for it to be uprooted. And that's our situation at this point in time. So either we own up to it and confront it. And one thing I tell you is that Nigerian people are resilient. They so much love and believe in Nigeria. They have faith in this nation. And until we come together to, develop policies and approach, I tell you, this may not be the last time. But it becomes worrisome when our government, begins to adopt a denial approach. For me, if I may, not wanting to sound politically correct, but even if nothing is said to be done, I want to see the Kajuru local government chairman come out publicly to apologize to the people for denying that it never happened. These individuals can be traced. They have a family. They have a home. So the least you could do is to come out public to say it never happened without investigating to see that it did happen. Because I believe at this point in time, there's nobody who is using this as a propaganda against the government. Even the Nigerian government has owned up to the security challenges that we are facing. And one thing we will commend the administration is their boldness in saying that this issue is confronted and dealt with once and for all. There's no nation in the world where you don't have security challenges. Even in the United States, they face what we call domestic terrorism. And beyond that, you see where people come out with ammunition and open fire on innocent passerby. So there's no nation in the world that doesn't have or is not confronting one security challenge or the other. But what matters is, what is your approach? How do you tackle such situation? And I tell you, one way to tackle insecurity is not by denial.
Yeah. Okay, now moving over to our next paper for today, coming from the Guardian paper, where the major headline there says, Labour Party leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. A recent court verdict on the Labour Party's leadership crisis is reshaping Nigeria's opposition landscape. Political analysts say the ruling could weaken or realign opposition forces as preparations for the 2027 elections gather momentum. With alliances, defections, and internal negotiations now likely, the decision may influence how effectively opposition parties can challenge the ruling APC in the years ahead.
All right. Looking at this, we're speaking to politics again. That headline, just take that headline again, and I tell you something.
Okay, the headline says Labour Party leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027.
All right. This sums it up for me. As to why we're having this issue.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's no longer news when people begin to, say that the opposition parties in Nigeria are weakened, right? But for me, now that we are celebrating the court ruling, as to Labour Party, we're beginning to see, glimpses of hope that Labour Party may begin to, go back and rebuild itself from the crisis-laden Labour Party that we witnessed post-2023 election. But be that as it may, without wanting to accuse the government, it becomes more worrisome when this is the same across political parties, leading even the political opponent of the APC to accuse APC as a political party as adopting the approach of letting every other political party be in crisis while they become a dominant party. People have said that that is the approach of this government, that they are the one that is destabilizing opposition political parties. Though we've not heard the government come out public to say no, we don't have a hand in this, but allegedly people have continued to point accusing figures to the ruling political party. But be that as it may, what is more worrisome for me is that the judiciary in Nigeria no longer speaks as when every Nigerian expects them to speak on issues. You begin to see deferred judgments, and people tend to wait till at a certain point in time, like in the case in Rivers State, where we saw the Supreme Court coming out to give a ruling after 6 months of state of emergency, where their voice will have, given sanity to the system, the environment, and given direction. Because that leads me to remember the era of Kutigi, the era of Justice Oputa. These are legal luminaries, who held their ground and were able to determine the fate of this nation by giving the nation direction at a point when it seems that that the nation was headed to the dark tunnel. They were a glimpse of light for the nation. They held up that candle with the judgment, their pronouncement at such instance, and that's the position that we hold judiciary in high esteem. But what we are witnessing now, as looking at this judgment, where the court has come out, to say that the Nenadi Usman-led caretaker committee is authentic and should be recognized by INEC. What does that tell you? This is an issue that has been in litigation up to when you interpret the rulings of the Supreme Court. That will be a guide. We will now have to wait for a Supreme Court to now give credence to the verdict of a Supreme Court. And the court, the Abuja Federal High Court, led by Justice Peter Lifao, coming out to say that yes, that caretaker committee is not just legal but should be recognized by INEC, and that the tenure of Julius Abure, long expired, has been declared by the Supreme Court. What does that tell you? That in Nigeria at this point in time, people are now taking for granted the position of law and the place of judiciary in Nigeria. And what does that in itself leave? It now should, be something for the judiciary to be worried about, for the legal practitioners equally to be worried about, because any nation that doesn't obey its constitution and the rules of law is, a state that is headed to oblivion, where you may have anarchy descend upon the nation. But looking at this ruling, for me, is heartwarming that at the end of the day, we may begin to see another opposition political party that will have its house in order. And when people tell you that this ruling perhaps, that with the Labour Party now coming up, it may begin to throw up challenge to the ruling APC's strong position to being re-elected in 2027 or 2026 without a proper or stronger opposition, one can tend to look in that direction, because a unified and fortified Labour Party becomes another formidable platform. But again, if we were to analyze politically, one may begin to look at these judgments at this time, moving Julius Abre from the way has been an opportunity to create another viable party that would divide the opposition. Because with the challenges the Labour parties are facing, and with PDP in disarray, and though the same judgment we've seen has now gone to throw away Sam Anyango and to validate the position of the PDP, that his removal as the secretary of the PDP is in tandem with the law. What does it point to? That now we want to have an open opposition platform that would in itself divide the opposition, like where everybody is now beginning to unify under perhaps the ADC. Then it now could justify the ground when people point accusing finger that somebody doesn't want the opposition to come together under one roof and challenge the APC. Because what you have now is that the Labour Party, under the caretaker committee led by Nenadi Usman, will become more solid, will be recognized by Aneke, such they are able to field a candidate. People now see a platform where they will have an option to challenge the ruling party and other party. And PDP coming together, equally throws up another opposition political party, where you will see division amongst the opposition. Everybody, the PDP factions are there, the Labour people are there, the ADC will no longer have them in one house to challenge the ADC, which I feel is what the APC would not want to happen. They would want an opposition that is in fragmentation, leading to the political parties that you now see the court giving validation to their activities, negating the ruling of the Supreme Court that said that political party affairs, is subject to the affairs of political parties and not subject to interpretation of the courts, right? So, but now we are seeing validation of that Supreme Court ruling, meaning that the PDP can begin to put their house in order. The Labour Party can put their house in order. You now have a fragmented opposition, not one house that can challenge the ruling APC. So what does that tell us? That indeed, perhaps the allegation leveled against the ruling APC may be true, that they've been the one behind the destabilizing of these political parties. Yeah. But be that as it may, they are all politicians, and it is for the opposition. If they want to be fragmented, let them be fragmented. But what happens at the end of the day is that they should remember that at the end of the day, their politicians will suffer the same way Nigerians are suffering. So it behoves on them now to give us a front where there will be option for Nigeria. And that's one good thing with this judgment, that there are options. If you do not agree, you have a different platform. But that in itself will now lead us to what happened in 2023, where would they have a unified front to challenge the sitting government, then leading to APC still retaining power. In as much as we want to complain, we are equally complicit in all this. But be that as it may, it's a welcome development that there are viable options available now for the opposition to either have a unified front. What we're having now, they say there is a coalition. So the rehabilitated Labour Party, reunited PDP could decide to go into coalition to challenge the ruling APC. So whichever way it goes is a welcome development that the courts are speaking at this point in time, and it behoves on the generality of Nigerians to obey that ruling. And I expect the likes of Julius Abre to go shake Nenadi Usman, lend their support, or leave the party. We should no longer tolerate illegality and rascality in our system. That should not happen. And that makes me remember when I listened to the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party in 2023 election, when he speaks to the climb under former President Umar Musa Yar'Adua, how he never wanted crisis in the political parties. That in itself was a clear message, and also what we witnessed at that point, and there was a level of sanity, and we would, like such sanity to be returned in our polity. But politicians themselves should know that whatever they do has a way of impacting the society. But be that as it may, we all will face the consequences if we do not come together to have a leadership that we desire as a people. But whatever leadership that emerges is what we deserve if we do not work for it.
Yeah, yeah. From the whole thing, I can tell you that, looking at the Supreme Court, really neat now, and there's something you said about them coming out later to, push or to, give this update about this. It's happened that in the executive, the president, they have been this ruling since July about the state government and the local government separating their accounts of their of the allocation that comes to them, and the president himself has also gone ahead to give a verdict on that, calling out not just calling out, but making it a focal point that this is what is needed to be done. Now, it is something also I would say that not just the ruling party, of course, it is something that we have seen, but also that our executive should actually move on and carry out all these things that has been said, because now I was afraid earlier. Of course, I was afraid if we're just going to have as a nation, we're just going to have a one-party system, which has never, or which we have never seen happening in the recent times. Like you said, in 2023, it was lack of coalition, and these things are the things that we are looking at, and we are not excited because as a nation, we should have competition. We should have these people finding their grounds, expressing their basic fundamental human right to vote and be voted for, right to participate in the government activities. And one thing I can tell you, many years ago, while we were taking some studies on this, there's this thing we call laissez-faire. It's a laissez-faire attitude. People say, you're having a laissez-faire attitude. That attitude that makes people not to participate. You know that this person wants to get into this, and there's no platform given to them because it looks like this is a one channel that we're going, and every other person is going through, and then, so it will make them not to do anything. And that's a credit to the things we are seeing right now, that we have there are other forms where people can participate in politics and bring in what they have to do, what they have to bring in to the ruling team.
All right, be that as it may, we welcome the judgment by the Abuja Federal High Court, but we encourage our politicians to continue to play by the book. They should continue to play by the law. They know what the law is. Each and every of these political parties, they have their rule books, and we should engage under these rules. We know what is right. We should do the right by the people, because the political parties are platforms upon which people express their wish. So they shouldn't deprive the people this popular participation by ensuring that the continuous crises and litigations that we've witnessed in these political parties. But be that as it may, this is a welcome development as to political parties in Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. Now we'll be moving over to our next paper, coming from The Nation paper, where the headline says, "Our Strategies in Tinubu's Victory in 2027 by Yilwata." The All Progressive Congress is already looking ahead to the 2027 general elections. According to APC National Vice Chairman Balarabe Yiwada, the ruling party is banking on performance-driven governance, grassroots mobilization, and internal party unity to secure President Bola Tinubu's re-election. He says the administration's economic reforms and security strategies will form the backbone of the campaign as the party positions itself to convince Nigerians that continuity is key to long-term stability.
Well, you have heard it from the national chairman of APC, how he has said that they are positioning right for the next election, and they are trying to tighten every of their grip to ensure that the party retains their position. Okay. And from what I'm seeing, the question I have, and I had earlier, was where is the position of the youths in the rulership in their place in the party? Where is the place of the youth in the party? And what are the party really putting together to ensure that they are going to, you know, have those things which they have said? Of course, this was their meet and greet meeting that they had yesterday, and it was hosted by one of the party big week, where he, you know, the party APC national chairman had to, you know, come up to say these things and had to make it clear that they are playing the game that they should play to ensure, and they did not start. They would say that they would not have started this game earlier because of certain issues that they would have. But right now that they are looking at it, that it is going to be it has started already, and they are positioning very well. Well, I have some details here which he said that I would like to bring Mr. Uche in from what he has said. You know, he talked about the APC comprising of young people. He said that there are 48% of APC members in the Northwest are aged between 18 and 35. They are aged between 18 and 35. That, from their own point, that they are giving the room for young people to thrive in their own in the political party. And also he said that at the national level, they are between 18 and 49. There are 83% of people who has made up, who has registered for the membership of the party, of the political party. And he also said that there are certain things they have put in place, especially structuring the registration to ensure that they have an accreditation as a party, so that when the election comes, they will be able to know. They will not be running around to check, okay, how many. They will know that this set of people, this number of people registered are registered in our party, in our political party, so that when election comes, they can be able to carry it out. Well, I can also tell you that from what he's saying, and that's where the questions are rising from, and I know you are thinking about it with me. He said that 20,000 naira are given to youths to support them every month in school, which has reduced the rate where youth are dropping out of school, which has reduced the rate where people can rise, and where young people, especially the people who are gearing up to see what their future holds, where they are rising. So 20,000 naira is given to them, so there's no cause for alarm. And he also said that on healthcare and welfare, that they are putting things in place to ensure that the social infrastructures are in the right sense as it should be, so that at the end of the day they can have they can have these people come to them. But my focus basically is the participation of young people in the political party. That's something yeah,
it's quite encouraging to see that the youth are participating, in politics, and people shouldn't naturally run away from politics. It's all about leadership. When you run away from these things, it is said that when good men run away from leadership, then you have the worst of us, trusted upon leadership. So it's encouraging to see that by what the APC chairman said at the APC Northwest Youth Mobilization in Abuja, that the majority of people who are registering in their political parties are between ages 18 and 35. And you well know that the APC is mobilizing across the subnationals to see that they, bring in more numbers into their membership. Even in Enugu State, you could see that the governor of Enugu State is leaving an 2 million man registration into APC. And that tells you the ambition and the intention of APC as a political party. But when you look at this, it's quite encouraging that they are attracting youths. And when I look at the headline where he says our strategy for Tinubu's victory in 2027, then what is the strategy that he's speaking to in terms of bringing more people, more membership into the political party, which are youth dominant and centered? Then you look at, he talks about policy expansion and data-driven mobilization when you talk to e-registration that he spoke of. But one thing I hold all the leaders who speak to their strategies to re-electing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu into government, expectedly what any party leader must say. But I hold them accountable when they talk about policy delivery. I rarely hear any of them begin to break down this policy delivery in terms of what they've done. What is this policy delivery that we're talking about? I've not heard them break it down. And give us data to data analysis on how this has impacted the people. If you tell me that your government is doing well, I expect to see a data-backed analysis of that policy delivery. And this is the only area I see all politicians and party leadership equally fail to, bring to attention on how and what the deliveries are. But as to citizens' engagement, there's nothing wrong with that. But one thing I tell them, that they should be aware that as they are mobilizing, other political parties are mobilizing as well. But beyond that, it should be about what your government have done for the people. Yes, telling us that, yes, your strategies will lead to victory in 2026 or 2027, depending on when we have the election as the negotiation is on. One thing I would have to remind them and every other political party is that they should learn from the PDP. Remember that when PDP hosts were, this is what they told us, that their strategy is the best. They have a government that is policy driven, which is impacting the people, leading to their then chairman telling us, I remember correctly, when Obulafo was at the helm of affairs in the PDP, they said that the PDP will rule for the next 60 years. And I ask, where is PDP today? Crisis laden, at the back burner. We don't even know the faction of the PDP to look up to at the moment. Now today is the APC at the helm of affairs. That's why when we speak to the issue around the crisis in labor, and we will tell the APC they should not glory in the sense, but what they should be bothered about is that if they've delivered the dividends of democracy to the people, and that's on the ground, and the only workable strategy I know upon which any talks on re-election should be based. Even when I take exception that at a point when we should be talking about consolidating the gains of democracy, the gains of this government, when one is beginning to look at those policy delivery that they talk about, then we are now busy getting into politicking. When the government should concentrate more and see that there is a concerted effort, that their policies are driven to the hinterlands, to the grassroots for more impact. Now we are talking about a re-election. And you see, that brings to the point where we as a people would categorically, look at our constitution and determine what we want as a person. Because when you look into this administration from 2023 to today, which number of years do they have to carry out these policies to change and impact the people really? So it's all about, they spent how many years, almost a year plus, in litigation. Then after they gained validation from the court, when they had to settle that, now we are talking about re-election. In the life of it, when you take into these numbers, then what are the real number that you see for leadership in SF? What number of days do they have to equally, refocus and redirect the nation? So when I look at the party chairman speaking this way, expectedly, that's what you expect every party chairman to say. Even the parties that are yet to form, or those who classify as mushroom political parties, they will speak in sunlight, but they should not take away the place of the masses in terms of impact. And when it comes to 2027 election, what the people will look at is your scorecard. And when they are speaking to this strategy as to re-election, we hope that they begin to give us the numbers, give us the data as to the impact of their policy. Let's look at it line by line and see how this has impacted upon the people. This is the workable strategy, and this is where we hold them accountable. And when we as the citizens who sit at the office of the citizens to look at the scorecard, we will look at it in tandem or in comparison as to what other aspirants will be telling us. So you do not have that strategy to yourself, but they should look more to the strategy of impact upon the people, the dividends of democracy. That's what matters, and that's what Nigerians will ask of you in come 2027.
All right, thank you very much for that, and also thank you. This is all for today's newspaper review on Sunrise on Aneke TV, and please do not forget that you can grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the paper online for more broader information. And also do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, all at Aneke TV. And up next is our sports update, and we'll be moving over to Good Hope, or the sports oracle himself.
Yeah, you can call me that. The sports oracle. Well, thank you very much for that. In the world of sports, like I have here, there have been sanctions against Algeria national team because of their misconduct during the AFCON match that took place between Nigeria. The sanction came because of the fouls committed and also the cards given, which exceeded which was against the CAF national constitution, which the thing they have already enshrined in their constitution. So these guys went above it, and these sanctions comes with 5,000 euros each, and combining both of them will be 10,000 euros each. The same place of sanction, we're talking about the Senegalese national coach too, has been suspended and has been sanctioned by CAF too because of his misconduct again during the AFCON. And on the same light, we are talking about AFCON that just got done the other day. Akor Adams, the number 23 of our Nigeria, he has been tip-marked and bookmarked as one of the people whose goals will be recorded in the sands of AFCON 2025 because of how he was able to dribble Luka Zidane, that's Zidane's younger son, Zidane's son, during the AFCON match. And I'm telling you that this is something that we all have not seen coming as a nation. There are other people on the list. We have El Kabi of Morocco. That guy, he is a bad guy and he plays a good game. He's scored by by an overhead kick, timing the game and shooting it into the game. Their game against Botswana. There's also from Gueye, the Senegalese guy that I'm talking about, the AFCON winners. And still in the news of AFCON, Sondo Lise, the former Super Eagles player, has come out to say that he thinks that Victor Osimhen's reaction is the reason why Super Eagles lost that AFCON game, of course, against Morocco, and also losing their station and position and mentality and psychology too, because he felt that he overreacted. Well, NFF has come out to say that there was nothing there, and there's peace between Victor Osimhen and even Ademola Lookman, who he had issues with, which we saw as the match went on. He said that there was no issue, and both of them, they are good. Well, still moving on in the AFCON, we are talking about games that happened. We're talking about now the list of people, the starting 11, the best in the AFCON, and we're having our Nigeria Super Eagles players. We're having Alexi Iwobi, we're having Calvin Bassey, and we are having Victor Osimhen making this list as the AFCON top 11, starting 11 players, people that will start all times, and that is something we have really seen happening. Still on the AFCON, we're talking about now the man, Thierry Henry, the French former French forward, who came out to say that the officiating in AFCON was poor and the refs were not giving the standard that we watch in the international football, because he felt that the refs were not just the problem, but the lack of the people of them going through the training that they had to go through. Giving them the standard training they should receive so that they can amount to world standard. That's what he is talking about, and something has to be done about that immediately. Well, moving on from AFCON, moving into the World of Champions League, we are talking about Champions League now, that Manchester City has the captain team. Of course, they have a captain team comprising of Ruben Diaz, comprising of Erling Haaland, and comprising of Bernardo Silva. These big wigs in the City game, in the City team, has said that they will refund every of the fan who traveled with them to Bodo Glimt to witness their loss. They lost that game 3-1 in that sub-zero region, because it was very cold. It was very cold in that region. I don't know, maybe that could be the reason why they were not able to play well. And Manchester City has been struggling since they netted 10 goals to 1 in their FA Cup competition which they had to scale through, and they are expecting their next match coming. And these guys have come out to say that they are going to refund. They are going to refund everyone who came for the match, everyone who traveled, and they really value their fans. And this is what we are expecting, and this is what is expected to be, that there could be compensations and things so that the players could perform well, so that they know next time that if they don't win this game, they're going to refund these people with their money, that if they don't refund their money, there will be a problem. And still on Champions League, yesterday we have the results that came through. Chelsea won their game yesterday by 1-0, and Moses Caicedo had to slot in that game at the 70-something minutes. And still on that game yesterday, still on the games that we had yesterday, we're talking about Bayern Munich right now. Bayern Munich, we are expecting the game to go beyond 4 goals, to go more than 4 goals, 5 goals, 6 goals, but it was not possible. We just had 2 goals, and I told you yesterday that Harry Kane would score, and he would score up to 2 goals. Well, yes, it happened, because I was seeing that the people they were playing, not that they were not able to play, but that they were the kind of people who, you know, you were going to score goals, you're going to have a lot of goals too. And still on the same line, Newcastle United yesterday won their match 3 goals. It was a good win for Newcastle, while seeing how they played and believing that they could deliver. It was all joy as PSV Eindhoven went home losing their hairline, and Newcastle had to bab these guys because it was a good game that Newcastle had. And still on the same line, we had Atletico Madrid and Atlanta. They both had their own share, while Atlanta had to lose to Atletico Madrid. It was a great match that they had yesterday. And still on the same Champions League scores, Juventus, they had to win their game. Thuram, the brother of Arda Thuram, had to score yesterday. If you look at both of them, look very much alike, and that is what we are having in the world of sports. And just a little bit of this, still in the Champions League. Sorry, we are still talking about Champions League just in a moment. Liverpool won their away game. They won their away game against Olympique Marseille that Ethan Nwaneri just went to. Imagine you were signed to a team and you guys lost the first match you are entering. I wouldn't say you are bad luck, but I believe the same thing happened to Chelsea just a few weeks ago. While their head coach was signed, the head coach was sitting, that's Rosenio from FC Strasbourg, that's the French side. He was sitting at the stands while his team was chopping the goals. Of course, that happens in football, but we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. And this is what it is in the world of Champions League. And tomorrow I'm going to bring you more updates here at the Aneke TV Sunrise. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
All right, that's very wonderful. But what's happening in entertainment world as well? You didn't tell us what's happening there.
Oh, sorry, entertainment. We have I Show Speed. I don't know if you know I Show Speed. I Show Speed is he's a streamer. He just turned 21 years yesterday, and he has been touring Africa. He came to Nigeria yesterday to mark his 21st birthday, and as he was on his live stream on YouTube, he is currently the second most followed streamer on YouTube with over 50 million followers, and that happened right in the soil of Nigeria. Just yesterday, he met the likes of Jarvis, the former Pella, the love of Pella, Pella's love, and that same like he met Jarvis. But the controversy there is that Jarvis and Pella had different strategies. We saw that Jarvis had a good strategy while Pella had no strategy. Pella had to be on a horse, just came with a horse, shouting and claiming, I am Pella, I do this, and I'm a streamer. And that guy did not even recognize him at all. And still on the entertainment scene, we're moving on a little into the controversy around DNA and whatever it is. Dr. Adeleke has come out to defend his son, David Adeleke, OBO, Davido. He said that about the accusation that Ano is bringing, about the child that she says she has for the video. This is what happened yesterday that he had to sit down and he gave a press conference on what has been happening and what went on and how it happened. And still on the same entertainment side, Seun Kuti and Whiskey FC has been battling it out. It has been a Royal Rumble on the internet, especially in the world of X, because they said that Whiskey is not an African giant. Okay, Whiskey is not an African giant, and not just that he's not an African giant, he has been comparing himself with the likes of with his father Fela, and that they will never take it. Well, Sheun is facing Whiskey FC. Why Whiskey FC? Why Whiskey himself is not defending? Is defending Whiskey FC, and he is facing Sheun. And on the same line, it has entered Burna Boy, and there are lots of names which I may not say here. But when we come to the next session, I'm going to tell you what is really happening.
Thank you for that update. That's quite a lot going on in the entertainment world as well. Thank you very much. And then moving over to the business update. Starting with the Nigerian stock market. Yesterday, Wednesday, January 21st, 2026, the Nigerian Stock Exchange saw a day of cautious trading as it narrowly survived a profit-taking scare. The market closed marginally higher by 0.01%, with the all-share index ASI gaining 10.77 points to settle at 166,267.60 points. Despite the small overall gain, investor sentiment remained remarkably bullish, with 53 stocks advancing compared to only 24 decliners. Market capitalization ended the day at approximately 106.45 trillion naira. The volume of shares traded yesterday is around 106.45 trillion naira, and the volume of shares at the exchange hand was 811 million units. The key drivers as at yesterday is led by Leverage Africa, Dangote Sugar and Access Holdings helped offset sell-offs in large cap stocks like Jitco and Aradel Holdings. The top 5 gainers as at yesterday are led by NCR Nigeria, which closed its book yesterday at 171 naira 5 kobo, making a positive 10% adjustment, leading us to RT Briscoe, which closed trading yesterday at 4 naira 95 kobo, equally making a 10 plus positive adjustment. We are seeing Jais back sustaining the rally by closing his book at 7 naira 93 kobo, making a plus 9.99 positive adjustment. And the fifth on that list is May and Becker. May and Becker closed trading yesterday at 43 naira 65 kobo, equally making a plus 9.95 positive adjustment. Profit taking pressured several equities, especially in the industrial segment, and the top 5 losers as of yesterday were Lotus Halal 15 ETF, which closed trading yesterday at 101 naira, making a negative minus 9.98 adjustment. They are followed by UPDC Red, which closed trading yesterday at 8 naira 40 kobo, equally closing at a negative minus 9.68 adjustment. We are seeing Champions Brewing closing trading yesterday at 19 naira, equally on the negative of 9.31%. We are seeing NSL Tech closing its book yesterday at 1 naira 10 kobo, making a negative 6.78 adjustment. We are seeing Wapik Insurance closing trading yesterday at 3 naira 35 kobo, equally on the negative adjustment of 6.69%. And then that leads us to the Nigerian Naira performance yesterday. The Naira closed at approximately 1,418 naira 42 kobo as against the dollar. At the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, this represented a marginal decline of about 0.60% compared to the previous day closing rate. That leads us to the opening rate of 1,412 naira 50 kobo as against the dollar. And then during the day we saw an intraday high of 1,455 naira as against the dollar. And then moving forward at the parallel market yesterday, we saw that the Naira equally held its own, but as against other currencies, we saw the Naira yesterday at 100 and 1,540 naira as against the euro and 1,815 as against the pounds. This recent volatility is largely attributed to seasonal demand for imports and ongoing efforts by the CBN to stabilize the currency through various monetary policy tools. And that's it for the business update this morning.
All right, thank you very much for that. This is where we call it a day on sunrise on Aneke TV. Please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, Facebook, all at Aneke TV. And do not forget to call us on 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you here on our show every morning. I am Deborah Wakuba.
And thank you, Mr. Good Hope Chukuma, for those in-depth sports analysis and the happenings in the entertainment world this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise and the Aneke team, we say thank you for watching. Till come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Aneke television. Hey, agiribonu di egwu nkwa azụrụ n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Hey, mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television idume. Na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge anọ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze and Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured and endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
The Southeast has seen major political shifts in recent years, from infrastructure drives to security reforms and economic policies. But the big question Nigerians are asking on the street today is simple. Who is really delivering? We are taking this conversation directly to the people.
My best knowledge and understanding and what I have seen and experienced is that the best governor I know now is Governor Alex Oti. I have traveled to other states. I have seen the good work the man is doing. He's doing many things. That's why I'm saying that Abia State, Governor Alex Oti is the best governor so far for Southeast.
I've not been at Abia State, but they say that Governor Oti is doing very well. But here in Enugu State, where I am now, I'm talking to you. I think if I'm asked to rate, I will rate our governor as the best governor in the Southeast, Dr. Peter Mba. If you look at the transformation agenda of what I've been doing here, you see that within the space of 2.5 years, Enugu State have been transformed to what we don't know now. Economically, socially, security-wise, and every other thing. I think I can rate him 85%.
Mba is doing his best. Soludo is doing his best. I get in it. When it comes to structure, Mba is doing better than others. I'm a civil servant. It's not owing the salaries of civil servants, even the retirees, is paying them before those in service now. He paid the retirees before paying those in service. In kind of structure is doing better than the past governors.
So far, it depends on the view we're looking at. So in my own view, I feel Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has been the standout governor so far. Being a first-time governor and considering the developments he's been doing in Abia State so far, considering the damages that has been done for the past 16 years in Abia State, and what he has achieved so far, feel he's really doing well compared to the other governors. In terms of infrastructure development, we've seen a rise in Abia State. That was one. Then in terms of payment of pensions, we've seen big development as well. Then in terms of education as well, we've seen big development. So then in terms of security, we've seen big developments compared to what used to be in Abia State before.
By my rating, the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, is the first governor in Southeast and in terms of infrastructure, he's doing very well. In terms of education, he has been doing very well. Smart school everywhere. In the 240 or 260 political work in Enugu State, the governor has done smart school there. In the health sector, the 260 wards have also type C health center, that's the hospital that the governor is doing. You can see all over the governor is doing roads, and has the infrastructure everywhere, trying to beautify it. And you can see for past a year plus now, the state is very, very beautiful. The governor of Enugu State.
From roads to security, from education to economic reforms, opinions clearly differ. But one thing is certain, the people are watching, assessing and demanding results. This is your voice, your verdict and your democracy. Keep the conversation going. Subscribe, comment and tell us who you think deserve the crown. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Please, on behalf of the Nigeria Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, PhD APM, to warmly welcome you all to this historic groundbreaking ceremony for the construction of an 8-man rank and file quarters here at the Ozara Divisional Police Headquarters of the Enugu State Police Command. The Inspector General of Police expresses his profound appreciation to the board and management of the Nigerian Police Trust Fund for embarking on this landmark project aimed at providing decent accommodation for police officers serving in the Zala Division. It will significantly boost morale, improve operational efficiency, and strengthen the commitment of the benefiting officers to their constitutional duties. The Enugu State Command, like Oliver Twist, respectfully request the Trust Fund to kindly extend this noble intervention to other police facilities across the state.
Today marks an important milestone not just for the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, but for the men and women of the Nigerian Police Force who serve our nation with courage and dignity. The construction of this 6-month rank and file accommodation here in Ozala, Kano West local government area, is part of our deliberate efforts to address the long-standing accommodation gaps faced by the police personnel across the country. This gap has affected morale, efficiency, and the overall well-being of our police officers. And we have taken it upon ourselves to begin finding practical and sustainable solutions. I wish to specially acknowledge and thank the Enugu State government for the provision of this site. This land given to us here is not just a parcel of land, it is a symbol of partnership, trust, and shared responsibility that reflects the government and the governor's commitment to security and improving the welfare of those who protect our communities. At the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, we strongly believe that a well-housed police officer is more motivated, more focused, and a more effective police officer. As we break ground today, I want to ensure the people of Enugu and the Nigerian Police Force that this project will be delivered with transparency, quality, and speed. We remain committed to ensuring value for money and a lasting impact on our citizens.
Ozala Division has been one central police location in Kano land and even in Enugu. I'm only praying for more, that there be more, because the challenges that is already facing Ozala as a community is getting bigger than anybody could think. Ozala has become so much urbanized in a very short while. The pressure of Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, intersected by Udi Anambra Road, is huge. So the requirement of policing in Ozala is bigger than all of you could think, sirs. And I want to pray to you as you go back to Abuja. Remember the need to strengthen Ozala Police Division to be able to face the challenges it is meant to face. I also want to appreciate our Honorable Commissioner. He came into an environment where Governor is really a chief security officer. He laid ground for a perfect security situation in Enugu State, and it's been helping him combat crime. And we have seen enormous results in his performances in Enugu. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Are we clapping? We give congratulations to not just the police, but the good people of Ozala.
Aneke television. Heu, agiribonu di egwu nkwazo na ya mgboji okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. Heu, mgbe ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị television idume na-emere ogbe emere amadi ihe ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn ọ bụ onye gbagburu agha nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na mgbagbu ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is a program where we bring you heartbeats of issues, topical headlines that help in shaping our nation. And this morning, we'll be looking at watching Nigeria through the political lens. Nigeria today is a country where almost every headline, from fuel prices to insecurity, has a political story behind it. Watching Nigeria through the political lens means we are asking in every situation who holds power, how that power is used, and who ultimately benefits and is left behind. In this conversation, we will step back from the day-to-day drama and examine the deeper forces shaping our democracy, the strength of our institutions, the behavior of our political parties, the role of citizens now in play in holding leaders accountable. By the end of this program, our goal is just to analyze Nigerian politics, but to help viewers also to know how their own daily experiences, whether from Lagos, Kano, Enugu, or Port Harcourt, is directly connected to political choices made in their name. And joining us this morning to analyze these issues is Dr. Ima Agu. Doc, it's always a pleasure to have you around.
Pleasure is mine as well.
All right. We are here in 2026. What's your view of Nigeria, speaking from the political angle, in summation?
Well, for me, Nigeria is just like every other developing country that is currently facing challenges. We are facing challenges politically. We are also facing challenges when you look at the economy. We also face challenges, just like you and I experience security issues. We are also facing challenges from the relationship between the political actors and the masses. A lot of distortion. I think challenges everywhere. We are also facing challenges from the pressure which this current regime is facing from international organizations and international, very powerful countries. Because I know that membership of international organization is to a very large extent a limitation to our sovereignty. So we have all these issues, but I believe all these things will gradually, ease, in as much as there is commitment on the part of our principal political actors, and also on the part of the people that are led as well. If there is this consciousness from them to demand accountability from our leaders. So that is just my take on this.
All right. Before we move down the lane, based on what you're saying, many Nigerians feel politics is distant from their daily struggles. And I want to ask, how concrete is this science? Or do you agree that politics in itself, is distant from the people's daily struggle?
I don't think so. Essentially, but not exclusively, man is a political animal. And it depends on how you want to view politics. Is it from macro analytical perspective or from micro analytical perspective? Politics is still politics. Whenever there is this contest where you have more than one person, more than 2 or 3, basically politics is all about decision making, having a say in decisions that will affect you. And if you want me to situate politics from the present Enugu state under Pitamba, I think what is fueling all this noise is because of this new tax regime. Because basically, if you ask people to pay money, you have simply increased their awareness to begin to look critically as to what extent are you using this money to better their lives.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes.
It is very different from what it used to be in the past. If you don't collect me, if you don't ask me to pay money, I may not bother to check or to look into what you do with those monies that you've collected from me. So asking money, asking people to pay tax to a very large extent will make people to actually want to know what do you use this money to do.
Okay. While you were talking, you mentioned the issue around taxes, and I know that quite a lot of Nigerians are agitated when we speak to issues concerning tax. But I am asking this morning, we've stepped into 2026 proper, this January, and I want to ask you, what are the issues for you that you think should dominate the headlines, the political storyline, moving towards 2027? You've spoken to the issue of tax reform. So, but what are the other issues that you expect should dominate the political narrative in 2026?
Yes, apart from this issue of tax reform, another one is this issue of electioneering campaign.
Okay.
Should be looked into. Another one is also security.
Okay.
Because I am looking at this security as something that has political undertone.
Okay. When you say political undertone, sorry.
Yes, intensification of this security. Because apart from American warning and American intervention, I think everything has started gearing up. Sometimes when you look at some of these things happen, it may be to create this national feeling, to create this feeling on the part of Nigerians that this present regime has failed in the area of securing lives and property. And when there is this general perception by the people, it affects election. So that is what I feel. And the way the government is going about it may not really help matters. When you talk about non-kinetic, I know that some of them will tell you that they don't want to lose. They don't want all this, what we call this casualties, especially people who are not supposed to, be affected. Do you understand? Let them play down on this their non-kinetic thing and face them. The only language that these people understand is when you face them. Take this word to them. Do you understand? Especially when it has to do with using some of these technologies to take control, especially surveillance. Do you understand?
Yes.
When you use technology to watch what they are doing and take the word to them, you see that you will win this war.
All right. Okay, those are the security issues that will dominate the story going into 2027. But I want to ask, are you bothered that we may witness early campaign prior to 2027? That we may be entering campaign mode as early as 2026 is
Campaign
concerned?
has already started. as if you look very well in some states, campaign has already started. And there's this gradual drop in provision of some of these infrastructures.
So in itself, that will impact governance negatively.
Yes.
And is a challenge.
Because every politician is looking at what happens after this tenure. Okay. And we know we are in campaign year. Look at the headlines, newspaper headlines. Yes. Some of the things that are happening in other parties. It appears as these oppositions, political parties have gradually woken up.
All right, we'll get into that. But looking at the big names that we are seeing positioning for 2027, how are you going? Are you concerned that we may not really witness internal party primaries? You know, in terms of engendering competition among these big players that we are seeing, and the influence of godfather or godfatherism in Nigerian politics as this 2026 is concerned.
Well, godfatherism to a very large extent. You know, I told you that for me, I don't really see anything wrong in having a godfather. But it's only when these godfathers begin to overstep their bounds. Yes, it's natural that somebody who has been in a place before you will, offer mentorship. When you now begin to have relationship between a mentor and mentee.
All right, Doc,
yes.
For you, the word should be mentorship and not godfatherism.
No, yes, mentorship. You should have a mentor.
Okay.
Do you understand? Somebody that will tell you, yes, this is how it used to be. This is how I think it is. Because sometimes people that are staying beside sees things more than somebody who is currently staying at the middle of the thing. You may have somebody who may be there to provide financial support. You may also have others who are there to provide you with technical expertise. All these things play in anything we see in life.
But Doc, there has been this argument. Some analysts have argued that most leaders, or if I may bring it home to the subnationals, that some governors who are without godfather or who are in themselves their own godfathers tend to do better than the governors who have benefactors or mentors or godfather.
I don't know if anybody comes out to tell you that he doesn't have godfathers, and you begin to look at it critically, you are now going to say, to what extent do you have the involvement of others? Do you understand? You may not really call them. So you may have maybe 3 or 4 persons coming together to say, this is the man. Do you understand? Okay. And then I say, please, we are going to allow this young man to do it. And in other parlance, you may have 1 person or 2 persons saying, this is the man, but we are going to influence some of the things he is going to be doing.
Okay.
So it depends on how you see it. Naturally, it is natural that you don't fall from the moon. Even if you come from abroad. When Chimaroke came back from United States, there are people that brought him into the limelight, using the press, using all sorts of things to make people really understand who he is.
Okay.
To a very great extent, you must need somebody to really help you, position you, repackage you, and sell you to the people. Unless you have been on ground. And if you are on ground, maybe you are somebody who is a career politician, rising from local government level, commissioner, or all this, before you now begin to find favor before somebody who will now say, I think this guy has a point, let's allow him. And also you have to deal with issues surrounding internal party democracy. Of course, that person who is not 001 in the state will also have say in whatever happens in that political party that you may want to come out from.
Okay, Doc, if we are towing this line of argument, let's go to Abia State. Governor Oti, who do we now say is his political father? Because a number of times we've seen him say that the citizens, Abians, are the godfather. And in that regard, he becomes unremovable as we approach 2027.
Yes. In the case of Abia State, you may still have people, he didn't just fall down from heaven to become. Remember that he has been there. If really you look at...
But he failed.
Yes. And the moment, failing and failure, they are 2 different things.
Failing
failing
and
failure
are two different things.
then yes, you fail, it becomes a stepping stone for you to,
To
look
rise.
at, yes, recalibrate and reorganize yourself and learn from your mistakes and move ahead.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
You have principal actors, people who have been there, people who will even do recommendations. In politics, it's all about people. You don't just come from nowhere and jump into. So in the case of OT, he may have one or two things that he has not done right in the previous, which he now looks at. But I'm just trying to tell you that, by and large, there may be one or two persons that helped him. In politics, there are people that will classify as power elites. They normally operate behind curtains.
Okay.
And some may not have any strings attached. They simply want you to go forward and go there and shine. There are people who have this knack for seeing qualities in young men and women. And it is their humble desire to see you succeed.
All right.
To that extent, they are still godfathers.
Okay. But let's backtrack a bit. Let's go to national politics. The ADC, in terms of party politics, we are headed in 2026, and then we've seen coalition or alignment or realignment. And looking at the ADC, for instance, we're seeing big wigs like former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. We are seeing former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and we are seeing former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, all in ADC, to mention a few. What do you think would happen with their primaries? Are you foreseeing an implosion where perhaps the former Vice President may not step down for anybody? And do you see Peter Obi, who doesn't give shishi, going into that primaries?
Yes, I think if you look at what is happening now in ADC and what is going to play out in the nearest future, there is this tendency on my own part to see a crystallization of purpose, crystallization of intent, crystallization of idea. There is no way you are going to emerge if you don't rally behind somebody that I describe as a maiden. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Peter Obi is a maiden everybody wants to, get close to. And if really you want to do so, I think he did it in the last election. And for me, if you look at it, it may not be in the constitution, but I think we are following this to a very logical extent. Somebody may claim that it is not constitutional, having the North to be at the helm of affairs for 8 years, and the next 8 years the South will be. And they are looking at Tinubu, who has taken the turn of 4 years, who may not be allowed to complete because of some of the things people say that he's not doing well. Then Peter Obi, for them, is somebody, if really you want to beat, somebody who has this capacity, who has demonstrated this capacity of beating an incumbent, who can beat an incumbent. Atiku Abubakar, I think it will be easier for him to rally behind this young man, because people are saying that there may have been an agreement between him and Peter Obi, and for Peter Obi to have gone this far in the race, say there may have been because if really you want to win, you have to feel your best. In as much as people are talking about primaries,
and you're seeing Obi as the best.
He is the best. He is the best. And if you look at another person from the north, say Tambua or Kwankwazo, then the game is over. Do you understand?
Okay.
And after these 4 years, there may be an agreement. Say Peter Obi, just go and conclude these 4 years. And I see a Peter Obi as somebody who would simply do these 4 years and go away. But one question mark is this. If you allow a Peter Obi to do 4 years, he will so restructure Nigeria to the extent of it will be difficult for anybody to go in there and do otherwise. Do you understand?
When you say do otherwise, what do you mean?
Otherwise, he's trying to draw us back again. because he's so intentional
Can
in what he says.
And you think he can achieve all that in 4 years?
4 years is even too much for him to do it because he's so strategic. He knows what he wants, and if you ask him question 20 times, he will answer those questions 21 times, telling you it's not one thing about this young man. I'm not trying to campaign for him, but I see him as somebody who knows.
I wanted to ask if you are obedient, because you're sounding like you are obedient.
I am not an obedient,
okay,
but I love good things, and from what I have seen so far, I think he's the best. Okay. He's the man who knows how.
But we are talking about P2B, who has never won any primaries.
Primaries. And let me tell you, primaries, you know, I told you about internal democracies of parties. Yes. And that is why sometimes court will tell you that there is a limit to which they are ready to look into what goes on. You know, the other day I told you about democracy. That there is, you know, every situation, wherever you have group of people, the type of democracy that works among them will naturally evolve. If you say selection based on competence, and there is general agreement among all the people there, it is still democracy, because it talks about the people, what the people are saying. If you now say, let people come out and let the principal actors come out and campaign, and you will still see a situation where there is this horse trading, vote buying. And I know that vote buying is very, very inevitable, where you have indirect election, delegate election, because you have number of delegates that can be bought. So if really they know what they want, and what they want is to win, they will look at the track record of those people that they man. And obedience they have not missed words. They say that if P2B loses the primaries and jumps into any political party, that all of them will follow him. They are so blind. He has this charismatic blind followership in Nigeria.
Okay, when you were talking earlier, you mentioned Kwankwaso. Do you see the possibility of a Kwankwaso going into ADC?
I think, because politics is a game of interest. What has he won after being governor of Kano State? Is it not a step in the right direction if he is there as a deputy? As a vice presidential candidate.
Without knowing if possible they will win the election?
I think
it
is doable.
Would it be better for him to accept perhaps an ambassadorial nomination or position from this government?
I don't think
and
so.
Then position himself after Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
I don't think so. Because in life, there is an extent to which money can motivate you. You and I know that. To a certain level.
But positions can motivate as well.
Positions. You know, it depends on what really you want, what you really want. One person that I know would want to be president of Nigeria someday because he's a very ambitious man.
And you see the pathway for him is perhaps to be a vice to an ADC presidential candidate.
And you never mentioned Atiku. Atiku may not be tired in this. He will equally talk to all of them, say, this young man worked with me as a vice president, and throughout the period we never had problem. Why not allow this man to do a turn? Because I see him as a only gentleman who can relinquish power.
You see Atiku stepping back?
He can. If you look at things that happened, because it's not all the things that happened you may see in National Daily, in the PDP.
Perhaps if he's stepping back, that means...
In the PDP, I know that Atiku may not really come out and say that Obi will not come out. Because Atiku Abubakar, for me, was trying to narrow it down. Because you know, after this zoning thing, in zoning itself, there is micro zoning.
But he had the opportunity in the PDP to step back and perhaps raise Obi's hand as the most veritable candidate in PDP.
No,
he
really.
never did that.
Not really. You know, it will appear somehow when he now begins to come. He now says, let's narrow it this thing to southeast. South has taken their slot. Southwest have had that test.
So you don't blame Atiku for anything that happened in the PDP?
I know what played out. Somebody who feels he has all the money in the world was shouting south. Do you understand? Atiku was shouting north. And they now decided to allow this man come out. Only for them to realize that this man has his own interest. You know whom I'm referring to?
I don't know.
Yes, you don't know. Let's leave it for another day.
Tell us. No, this you tell us. Tell us who you're referring to.
You know,
Politics is in your mind.
Politics is a very interesting game. He was shouting South, and inside that shout, South, we have so many big wigs, including Peter Obi. But he thought he had all the money in the world. Money from oil, money from his state.
Who is this person?
Of course, Wike. He was shouting South. And when the thing was eventually given to South, he now emerged. And they now say no. The South we meant was the South that is going to produce this P2B. And let us show this man that you may not have all the money in the world. Let us show it. And we all knew what played out in that PDP, Congress.
Okay.
We all know what played out. How Tambuwal eventually hit the nail at the head, and that was it. And ever since that time, the problem in PDP never ceased.
All right. I want to draw your attention to something that was in the newspaper headline this morning, and I'm drawing that out to ask you what is the fate of opposition political parties in Nigeria. And that is when we go to the Guardian newspaper of this morning. It says LP leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. LP leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. And it says a recent court verdict on the Labour Party's leadership crisis is reshaping Nigeria's opposition landscape. Political analysts say the ruling could weaken or realign opposition forces as preparation for the 2027 election gather momentum. With alliances, defections, and internal negotiation now likely, the decision may influence how effectively opposition parties can challenge the ruling APC in the years ahead. And I ask, would the Federal High Court in Abuja's judgment stating that the caretaker committee of the Labour Party led by Nenadi Usman is the legally recognized leadership of LP, saying that the leadership of Abure has elapsed? What we're asking, this verdict in itself, do you see it destabilizing the opposition and creating a fragmented opposition, which will be a leeway for the ruling APC to win come 2027?
Okay, thank you very much. The question now is, why this verdict now?
Okay.
Why has it suddenly become something that is coming out now? Because for me, P2B has left the Labour Party, and you want to now, you suddenly realize it. You suddenly realize that the faction led by Nenadi Usman is the true faction. When we talk about law and politics in not only Nigeria, but in Africa, we are looking at the reason why court decisions are not obeyed. Do you understand? The reason why court decisions are not obeyed, there has been an earlier ruling stating that Julius Abure's tenure has elapsed. Why was he not followed? Why is he still parading himself to the extent that credible, principal actors like P2B, P2B was very careful not to mention, not to take sides, because he knew that he is the target. Immediately he left, they suddenly realized that this man is an impostor. But the only thing is that, just like I told you, they are looking at this man. Wherever he goes is where Nigerian youths are going. Even if he goes under an umbrella tree that is a political party, Nigerian youths are ready. In fact, if you listen to some of these bloggers, they don't mince words. They will tell you that it is only P2B that they know. Wherever he goes. And for Labour Party and other opposition, what I see play out, if eventually he comes out in this as a presidential candidate in ADC, so many parties will collapse their structure to support him. Because we are looking at somebody who has the capacity to do this fight and win the war. Because inside the war there are so many battles. It is better for you to lose certain battles and win the war than winning battle and eventually losing the war.
But there have been no arguments that will have more battle-tested, battle-fortified persons in ADC like Rotimi Amechi, who they say is capable of giving the APC a fight for their money?
Rotimi Amechi will not. And let me tell you, so many of them in that ADC are just recycled politicians. Some of them are disgruntled. Some of them were not chosen. You know, in game of politics, you do a lot of things. So I don't want to look at their personality. I'm only looking at somebody whom I had earlier on described as a maiden. Wherever he goes, he makes news.
Okay, when we look at this, your maiden, and the recent happenings, for example, with this ruling, where we will now see that the Labour Party has a leadership, and then we are now having perhaps a PDP that may be able to find his voice one more time, given the court ruling that sanctioned the Samanyawo.
I am telling you that all these things are now beginning to play out. Remember that Nenadi Usman never had issues with Peter Obi. Remember, if really we have to, check back, trace back, the statement credited to Nenadi Usman. Somebody asked her, how do you feel about Peter Obi's, Peter Obi joining ADC? The remarks he made was very complimentary, trying to tell you that we don't have any problem wherever he goes.
Doc, are you seeing a situation where the Labour Party under Nenadi Usman would sanction and join the coalition we're seeing with ADC? Is it a possibility?
It is a possibility. It is a possibility because as far as I'm concerned, Labour Party no longer. Well, yes, I think to a very great extent they may not join a coalition. They may decide to just collapse their structure to support wherever P2B goes. Because we still have people like Alex Oti still in Labour Party. And his presence there is still going to do a lot of things.
And we have Babadati Ahmed, who is most.
And he has not, remember that Ahmed has not said anything negative about P2B joining ADC. They are just there. And even that Ahmed, in one of his statements, said that whenever P2B comes back, if there is a problem, that is going to collapse and allow him to claim that position that he left.
Okay. But when we say that wherever P2B goes, that you to go with him, seems to be in contradiction with the position of APC. I go again to the Nation newspaper this morning, and you see one of the headlines. One of the headlines there reads, "Our strategies in Tinubu's victory in 2027." That's by the party chairman Yuata, and he says. The All Progressive Congress is already looking ahead to the 2027 general elections. According to the APC National Vice Chairman Balaribe Iwata, the ruling party is banking on the performance-driven governance, grassroots mobilization, and internal party unity to secure President Bola Tinubu's re-election. He says the administration's economic reforms and security strategies will form the backbone of the campaign as the party positions itself to convince Nigerians that continuity is key to long-term stability. And they say that these drives are majorly, motivated and driven by youth mobilization and entrance into the party, leading to their e-registration efforts, which is being dominated by youths with between the ages of 18 and 35. So, when you say that youths will move with P2B, it seems to be in contradiction with the position of ADC.
I may not necessarily, I may not naturally align with. It is his own opinion.
Okay.
And let me tell you, just like in Enugu State, if you have a performing governor who is now in Enugu State, and you say that youths in Enugu State are now APC, that one is plausible. Do you understand? Because the taste of the pudding is in the eating. You cannot go to Abia State and tell me that youths in Abia State are in APC when you have a performing governor in Labour Party. If you have a performing governor in Enugu, just like we have in Pitamba, and you tell me that Enugu youths are in APC, that one is a bit plausible. And let me tell you, this election that is going to come, people are going to vote for good, credible candidates in other political parties. Just like I told you that so many political parties are going to collapse their structure to support the president. Then at their different or respective states level, things will still flow. I think it's high time we begin to look at the individual that is involved. If you follow a party, just like in Enugu State now, we have Governor Peter Mba, whom I think has not done badly. The problem is that it appears as if he wants to finish everything in a day. And you know, this kind of transformation brings a lot of disruption. Do it bit by bit. That is for me the only where I think he's not doing it well. Okay. Like this issue of 260 something smart school. It is a very wonderful idea, but for me, do it phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 may be first 100. I wish he's listening to what I'm saying.
He's hearing you.
Let him do first 100. If you do 100, finish it. Apart from the structure, equip it. Then look at the personnel. That one, when it is done and dusted, go into phase 2 and let us know that you are now entering into phase 2. Phase 1, if it's 100, give us 100 schools, so that whoever that goes to this 100 school will know that indeed something is different, and not doing it everywhere.
Okay. Your position is that you think that Governor Peter Mba is putting all the fingers in his mouth at the same time.
Yes, I think. And also, you know, every other sector of the economy, look at what he's doing in the health sector. Go to hospitals, government hospitals. Go to Parkland now, you see a lot of things going on there. Is he not a human being? What I'm trying to say is, slow down these things. Whatever you want to do, you know, I gave you this idea of smart school. Don't just scatter. Sometimes monitoring all these things becomes a problem.
But he has people.
You know, sometimes when you it is him that will know.
Okay.
Vicariously, when there is a mistake, we call Peter Mba.
All right, because he's the only one that was elected.
And if anybody who represents government misbehaves, it's Peter Mba.
Okay.
That's what we know. Right. So that is why I say I think he should take it once after, and also I would always want him to look at the number of people that are going to benefit in a particular program or project.
Okay. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to look at these issues.
Okay.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Right, thank you for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been speaking with Dr. Ima Ago, and we've been looking at Nigeria through the political lens. And Doc, yes, we were in Enugu State before we went on break. And yes, you're making a point that the only man we know in Enugu State is the governor himself. He's the only one that is elected, and that he should carry on the development in phases and not go into all of them at once. That reminds me, let me ask you the issue around water in Enugu State. What's your assessment of the government's performance when it comes to water in Enugu State? Because you said the governor has done well and is doing well, but let's look at the water.
Yes, if you look at the issue of water in Enugu State, water is running in some places, but in most places you don't have water.
Okay.
And for me, if you have been working with people and they are not delivering, let us know. If I were in the shoe of people to advise the governor, and every other person is talking about water, let us know those people that have disappointed us through you, that you have given certain responsibilities, and then, because I know the governor cannot be everywhere. If he says he's going to do something, definitely he must have committed some resources into those areas, and some people have been appointed to tell us those people, because tomorrow they may come out for us to support them in one thing or the other, maybe politically. Tell us that Mr. A and Mr. B was asked to do this and that. And sometimes don't sit in the confines of your office. Go out to find things out. Don't rely in all because all I know is that in leadership, structure of leadership or governance, I see it as having a lot of fence. There is this huge fence around the person who is at the helm of affairs. They don't allow you to even pick your calls. They don't allow you to move out. I know sometimes people will say that they met Sullivan alone, driving himself. Sometimes you visit, and I want to advise him to listen more to some of these radio programs where people, phone programs, where people say things the way it is. I know that some of them may be misleading, but that is how you find out the majority of the opinion of the people that are. Nobody is saying that he's not doing well, but I think there have been delays.
Okay.
And misappropriation. If you ask somebody to do something and the person fails to do it, change that person, and better still, let us know, because we are watching you. We don't see those people. It is you that we know. And I think I told you that this tax regime has opened a lot of vistas in the lives of people in the state. If you ask me to pay money and I pay money, I will want to look at what you are doing. It is not like this, quite unlike this in the past, when we wait for allocation to come. Some of us don't even bother ourselves with what you do with it. Now that we are in the tax regime, people will demand for accountability.
Okay.
I think there have been delay, but I would want him to address us.
All right.
Tell us who is behind this delay, because what you said you are going to do, you have made that comment, and I know a lot of resources must have been committed into it.
Okay. But while you were talking before, you talked about his developmental strides, and we're making analysis, the APC and the opposition. For example, you said that in a state like Enugu State, if someone comes to tell us anything, perhaps we would have to see, we've seen a performing governor, and we'll tell you that such a governor will be going back, may not be far-fetched. But I want to ask this time around, in Enugu State, do you see the oppositions making inroad, especially with Peter being now in ADC proper?
I think I told you that, we are evolving politically. And when you talk about this evolution, we look at access to social media. We are getting there gradually. Not everybody, people may vote for Peter Mba, Governor Peter Mba overwhelmingly in APC, and vote for another person in another party in presidential election.
Okay.
Telling you that they now look at individuals, not just political party.
Okay. Doc, before I move away from these political issues, there is this argument, and I want to bring it on. People are arguing as to who is the best performing governor in Southeast Nigeria.
Well, I think I've not been to Abia State, but I know it is between Abia and Enugu.
Between Abia and Enugu?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because this is, I see it in the news, developmental strides of Governor Alex Oti.
Okay.
And I live in Enugu. I go to Abia occasionally. I see what is happening there. And I know that there has been a lot of transformation.
Okay. All right.
I know that there is
a lot of
transformation in Enugu.
Okay. Yes.
Do you understand?
So with that level of transformation in Enugu, you now believe that it should be left between Abia State and Enugu?
Yes. Let me finish, because I was not done when the competition should be between Abia and Enugu.
Okay.
Then let me tell you one thing about governance. Perhaps most people have not really looked into this. whenever you want to do something, it is very good. It will be very nice for you to look at people that are going to be target beneficiaries. How many of them? Do you understand? Target beneficiaries. Like this smart school. When you look at the target beneficiaries, you see that this man has scored a very good point. But the fact is that he has not finished the school. Imagine a situation where all the smart schools are done. Look at the multiplier effect. And I think he's the only governor in Nigeria that has committed more than 30, I think it's 32 point something percent of the whole budget to education. That is human resource capacity development. In that area, you know, governance, when you look at the tangibles and those things that are symbolic, those things that you can't even see or touch. But we are looking at things that are done. And also the rate at which you see transformation. Roads, especially some of these urban roads. You start it today, tomorrow it's finished. You go there again, you see that there has been a lot of changes. You understand? I think both governors for me stand out. I would equally want them to do a lot in the area of security.
Okay.
Because I have my own, the way I look at things. I would want him to look, especially my own governor.
Okay.
I would want my governor to look into security.
Okay.
You know, security issues are not supposed to be discussed in the open. But I have my own suggestion.
Okay.
He should try to replicate whatever he's doing. You know, whenever you want to get results, try to make people take responsibility. Local government chairman. You know, you are ruling people. You are the head of affairs. Every local government is made up of autonomous communities. At every autonomous community, you have hamlets, you have households, you have PG, you have the Igbe. Let us move from the basis to state. If you come to my community now, we have Igwe and Town Union President. And under this Igwe and Town Union, let's look at the structure. If you want to get this security well, you have the Igwe. Unfortunately, my community don't even have Igwe for now, but we are looking at Town Union.
Okay.
And incidentally, I'm the Secretary General of the Town Union of my town, Opatu.
Okay.
But that is story for another day. Then at that level, you have village chairman. Every village chairman should know the number of households in a village. Then at the community level, conglomeration of these villages, a PG should know the number of households in his community for onward transmission to local government chairman. Now let us come to that relationship. I would want to believe, in as much as I know, that every local government chairman receives security vote every month. If I were the governor of Enugu State, I would simply call all of them. I will provide, make provision. ICT. This drone that he supplied at the state level should be 18 in number. Every local government should have one. And they should have situation center at every local government. Community should provide men that will work. State will pay them. Wherever you have security situation and they succeed, I will call the local governments and tell them, wherever you have any of these issues, I will remove you. You have to be up and doing. If you need reinforcement,
that may be undemocratic.
No, I'm just trying to tell you how it works. You never have to make people take responsibility for things that happen in their domain. You cannot sit in a chair and become comfortable when somebody, one individual, one soul has been kidnapped in your local government, and they live in the bushes, and these bushes are in your local government. Find a way to flush them out from that place using some of these instruments, equipments, and paraphernalia of duty provided. You have to monitor them, and you have to tell them that if any kidnapping incident in Enugu State is a challenge, is an affront on me, the governor of Enugu State, and you have to take it so. You have to make sure that there is kidnapping-free incidents in your locality, in your local government. Do you understand? And if you charge them and support them also, you will not witness anything. And you have to equally reward any local government chairman that have done so well in the area of security. and you have to make it public. Because I'm not saying that a local government chairman cannot become a governor tomorrow or a commissioner. If there are pass marks, let us know who did well. So that if tomorrow you are choosing that person to become a chief of staff, is that young man that did well in an local government, in the local government, in a Ziago local government, that is the person after completion of his tenure, I now want to make him this. Carry us along. There should be reward system.
All right. And that's much we can take today on the Insight. And if you've been watching us, we've been speaking with Dr. Ima Ago, who is a national affairs commentator. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, Dr. Ima.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And to you, our other viewers, remember that on the Insight, your views matter. Let us know what you think about this discussion with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. Till come your way same time tomorrow. I'm still your host, Uche Osai. See you.
Governor Peter Mbah has revealed that the Enugu State chapter of All Progressive Congress is working towards building a 2 million member party base across the state. The declaration has sparked political conversations among residents on what such an expansion could mean for party politics and governance in Enugu State.
In any party that is doing well, they don't need to stress themselves in bringing people. People are the ones that are supposed to come to that party. It happened that the APC government right now is doing the work that we needed in Nigeria. There is no need of APC having a plan of bringing people, because we are the one that need to come to that party that is doing well. If it happened that all this insecurity and other things that is happening in Nigeria have been stopped, we don't need all this.
If I'm to say, it will be possible because the previous administration or tenure of those APC, the Nigerians are not happy with them. That is it. So they can't make it. Then we have other parties that can face them or challenge them. Yes, if APC happen to come to the seat again, it will affect the country negatively, both economically and the political aspect of life. People are dying in hunger. People are no longer happy with APC. That is it. We have so many other parties that some persons can engage in, like ADC, PDP, and other important reasonable parties. We need more of sensitization. Talk to our youths. Let them know the importance of getting their voters card. You see? With the voters card, they can put APC out of the system.
I don't think it will show more of democracy. It will actually even make the country one party. So, and democracy, that's not what we want. So we need people to be selecting.
My opinion and view on it, first of all, is that they are trying, it's part of their strategies to win the election come 2027 election. Yes, it's going to be positive on their plan now. Because once they got up to 2 million people, that means they're going to win the election. Once they get 2 million members of the party, and that 2 million vote for them, that means they'll win the election. So it's going to be positive on their side.
It's a good one. It's quite interesting. Yeah, quite interesting for a ruling party in the nation to do that. That means they're craving to see that the other members are now entrenched into the party. And it has a very positive one indeed. So they will know their members. I call it e-membership. I'm aware of it. And I've even registered.
Opinions from residents reflect mixed reactions, with some viewing the move as a sign of growing political competition, while some others question its impact on governance and development. As political activities intensify, the APC's membership drive is expected to shape the political landscape of Enugu State in the coming months. I am Jennifer Onibo, Aneke TV.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Nwakaba. Now to the headlines. Chief Justice of Nigeria calls for full automation of court processes. Abia stakeholders endorse Governor Oti for second term. Enugu State government recovers billions of naira in school fund scandal involving Sojimoto's CEO. And now to the details of the news. The federal government has warned governing councils and management of tertiary institutions against financial recklessness and administrative misconduct. The Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Alausa issued the directive at a retreat in Abuja, insisting that transparency, accountability and ethical leadership are now mandatory across the sector. Dr. Alausa said institutions must embrace fiscal discipline, regular audits and proper management of public funds to restore confidence and attract investment. He stressed that the era of business as usual is over, warning that governments will no longer tolerate impunity. The minister also announced a renewed focus on transforming polytechnics into innovation-driven institutions. He announced that a special TED fund intervention will equip engineering laboratories with modern facilities, while MBTA Executive Secretary Professor Idris Bugaje said ongoing reforms aim to strengthen technical education, boost entrepreneurship and reduce youth unemployment. The federal government has commenced a fully sponsored hospitality skills training program at Dewdrop Institute Enugu under the IDS project of the federal Ministry of Education. The initiative targets youth empowerment through intensive training in bartending, barrister service and tea, sommelier skills. Participants in the program will receive 100% scholarship and earn national skills qualification certifications. Organizers say the training includes structured internship to provide hands-on industry experience and ensure immediate employability. Applications for the limited slot are open in Enugu and Abuja. The ministry says the program aligns with global hospitality standards and forms part of efforts to reduce unemployment and strengthen Nigeria's tourism and service. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN Justice Kudirat Kekere Ekun, has directed court administrators to adopt full automation to enhance efficiency and public confidence in the judiciary. She gave the charge at the 2026 strategic retreat for chief registrars in Abuja. The CJN said delays in justice delivery are largely linked to weak administration and poor accountability, stressing that digital systems and proper record management are essential for transparency and judicial independence. Justice Kekere Ekun also emphasized staff welfare and capacity building, noting that a motivated workforce is critical to reform. She announced the revival of the Committee of Chief Registrars to harmonize administrative practices across courts nationwide. A federal high court in Abuja has granted the Bauchi State Commissioner for Finance, Yakuba Damu, bail in the sum of 100 million naira over alleged terrorism financing and money laundering charges. The court also granted bail to 3 other Bauchi State officials standing trial with him. Justice Mohammed Umar ruled that the defendants met the conditions for bail, reversing an earlier decision that denied them release. The FCC is prosecuting the group on a 10-count charge involving the alleged movement of $2.3 million in cash. As part of the bail conditions, the defendants must provide senior civil service sureties, surrender their passports and report weekly to the DSS. The trial is scheduled to commence on February 26. The Sokoto state government has launched a statewide sensitization program on the federal government's Proof of Address initiative across the 23 local government areas. The system is designed to replace vague address descriptions with a standardized national verification framework. The sensitization session, chaired by Algon Chairman Abba Shehu Tambuwal, trained local government officials on implementation strategies. The state coordinator Abubakar Mai Akwai Laden said the initiative will strengthen planning, security and service delivery. Sokoto joins Nasarawa and Kogi as early adopters of the scheme. Officials say a broader public awareness campaign will follow aimed at improving identity management and accountability across the state. The Enugu North Local Government Council has intervened to avert violence at the coal camp spare parts markets following a dispute over the management of Jesus Wese Plaza. The conflict involved businessman Anyobo Show Michael and Chief Tochukun Zekwe over failed asphalting contract and car park revenue. Clashes between rival groups reportedly led to injuries and heightened tension, with daily car park revenue estimated at 1.8 million naira. Allegations include unpaid contract fees and threats to life by both parties. The council chairman, Dr. Ibenaku Harford Ono, ordered an immediate takeover of the car park pending a High Court hearing in February 2026. The arrangement has restored calm, with traders confirming improved security and uninterrupted business activities. The Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Police Force have pledged stronger collaboration to enhance security in Delta State. The commitment was made during a courtesy visit by the State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Aina Deshola, to the commander of the 63 Brigade, Brigadier General Moronfolu Shonibare. Both security chiefs emphasized the need for intelligence sharing and joint operations, particularly in the riverine and coastal areas of the state. Mr. Adeshola said cooperation is critical to addressing the state's complex security challenges. Brigadier General Shonibare reaffirmed the Army's readiness to support police operations, noting that interagency synergy remains key to effective crime prevention and the protection of lives and property. The Independent National Electoral Commission, Aneke, has announced March 11, 2026 as the commencement date for political campaigns ahead of the Osun State governorship election scheduled for August 8. The announcement was made during a stakeholders meeting in Osogbo. Resident Electoral Commissioner Ms. Dr. Mutiu Aboke described the election as significant, being the last governorship poll before the 2027 general elections. Incumbent Governor Ademola Adeleke, now of the Accord Party, has pledged compliance with INEC guidelines. Opposition parties, including the APC and ADC, say they are ready for the contest. INEC also confirmed that the second phase of continuous voter registration is ongoing across the state. Stakeholders in Ikwano local government area of Abia State have declared support for Governor Alex Uti ahead of the 2027 elections. The group dismissed moves by former governors to challenge the incumbents, describing them as attempts to return the state to decline. Led by Council Chairman Anthony Nwabwani, the stakeholders praised Governor Otis' administration for infrastructure development, improved business climate, and restored public confidence. The group passed a vote of confidence in the governor and urged residents to obtain their permanent voter cards to sustain what they described as ongoing progress in the state. 1 year after the United States President Donald Trump ordered America's withdrawal from the World Health Organization, the decision has officially taken effect following the completion of a mandatory 1-year notice period. The U.S. had failed to fully meet its financial obligation before the exit. The WHO Director General Ted Ross described the withdrawal as a loss to both the United States and the global community, stressing that the organization plays a critical role in disease surveillance and vaccine coordination. The exit has forced the WHO into austerity measures, including staff and budget cuts. The U.S., formerly the largest contributor, had accused the organization of mismanagement during COVID-19 pandemic. Ohanaeze Ndigbo worldwide has fixed the last Saturday of every January as Igbo Adoration and Thanksgiving Day for Ndigbo at home and in the diaspora. The decision was taken at the organization's National Executive Committee meeting held on January 20, 2026, following appeals by the Igbo College of Bishops to adjust an earlier proposal which suggested the last Sunday of the month. Ohanaeze called on churches across Igbo land to observe the maiden edition on Saturday, January 31, 2026, describing the event as a unifying spiritual initiative for thanksgiving, reflection, and renewed collective identity. The wife of the Enugu State Governor, Ms. Nkechi Nyeremba, has intervened in a case involving the alleged financial deprivation of a widow, Ms. Ukamaka Obi, in Archie Community, Oji River local government area. Following reports that 1.6 million naira was withdrawn from the late husband's ATM account and withheld from the widow, Ms. Mba, through her office and the Custos Care Foundation, coordinated efforts with local authorities to resolve the matter. The funds were fully refunded and the ATM card returned, drawing widespread condemnation from community leaders who praised intervention and assured continued protection and support for the widow and her children. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. CJN urges full automation of Nigeria courts. Abia leaders back Otis' second-term bid. And coming up shortly, Enugu recovers billions from Sujimoto CEO over school fund scandal. We'll be right back.
telivishọn heu agịrịbọm dị egwu nkwazịrị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn idume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe ọmọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwamogwu si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke
Welcome back. Still on the news, the committee overseeing the upgrade of Victor Ata International Airport to Uyo says the facility will commence international flight operations by April 2026. Chairman of the committee, Prince Enobong Uwa, gave the assurance after and on the spot assessment of ongoing works, expressing satisfaction with the pace and quality of construction following the federal government's approval for international passengers and cargo processing. The inspection covered key facilities including the international terminal building, maintenance, repair and overhaul facility, security infrastructure, perimeter fencing and surveillance systems. Contractors handling the terminal project assured the committee that construction will be completed by the end of March, ahead of the scheduled launch. The Akwa Ibom state government says the airport's upgrade will boost economic activities and improve regional connectivity. The committee pledged continuous monitoring to ensure all components including access roads, apron taxiway and power installation meet global aviation standards before takeoff. The Enugu state government has recovered 1.28 billion naira from Sujimoto Construction Limited following investigations into alleged diversion of funds meant for the state's Smart Green Schools project. The recovery was facilitated by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, after a petition by the state government. EFCC Zonal Director Daniel Isse said the funds were traded and returned through bank drafts and checks, but noted investigations are still ongoing. He warned that recovery does not absolve any individual or company from prosecution if evidence of criminal conduct is established. Receiving the funds on behalf of Governor Peter Mbah, the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya commended the EFCC and reaffirmed the administration's zero tolerance for corruption. He said the recovered money will be redeployed to priority infrastructure projects across the state. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has approved the disbursement of 40 million naira to families of 20 officials of the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASTMA, who died in the line of duty. Each family received 2 million naira at a ceremony held at the agency's headquarters in Oshodi. The Governor's Special Advisor on Transportation, Shola Giwa, said the gesture reflects the state government's appreciation of the sacrifices made by traffic officers in ensuring order and safety in Lagos roads. He stressed the administration's continued commitment to staff welfare. Speaking on behalf of the families, Ms. Silifat Adeyemo expressed gratitude to the state government, describing the support as a source of comfort and recognition of their loved one's service. Officials say the move is also aimed at boosting morale among 7 officers. Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has urged Nigeria to shift focus from economic stabilization to large-scale job creation. Speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, she said the global restructuring of supply chains presents a major opportunity for Nigeria to attract manufacturing investment. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala noted that Nigeria has the resources to produce items such as solar panels, textiles and pharmaceutical locally installed, of relying on imports. She called on the government to actively market Nigeria as an investment destination to companies relocating production outside China. Also speaking at the forum, Finance Minister Wale Edun said the federal government is strengthening fiscal discipline with plans to raise the tax to GDP ratio to 80%. He said the revenue will be invested in infrastructure and social services to support industrial growth. Nigeria spent an estimated 1.58 trillion naira on petrol during the December 2025 festive period, according to data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Daily consumption rose to about 64 million litres, driven by increased travel and commercial activities. The report shows that despite price reductions by the Dangote refinery, pump prices averaged about 800 naira per litre. Nationwide, Nigeria consumed nearly 2 billion litres of petrol in December, supplied through a mix of import and domestic refining. The regulator noted that although supply exceeded demand, the cost of fuel continued to place pressure on households and businesses. Analysts say the figures highlight the continued impact of fuel pricing on the economy despite improvements in local refining capacity. Hull City and Super Eagles defender Shemi Ajayi has been ruled out for about 7 weeks due to a hamstring injury. The 31-year-old sustained the injury during Nigeria's third-place match against Egypt at the Africa Cup of Nations. Medical scans confirmed the significant tear, forcing Ajayi to miss key championship fixtures as Hull City pushed for promotion. The defender joined several teammates currently sidelined with injuries. Club officials say Ajayi is expected to return by late match. His absence is seen as a setback for the team's defensive stability as the season reaches a critical stage. The Athletics Federation of Nigeria (AFN) has dismissed claims that athletes will be forced to pay a 15,000 naira registration fee on its new digital platform. The clarification follows widespread concerns raised by athletes and stakeholders. AFN President Tonobok Okowa said the amount displayed on the roster athletics platform was proposed by the service provider and has not been approved by the federation. He assured that negotiations are ongoing to significantly reduce the cost. The federation explained that the platform is part of efforts to modernize athletics administration and curb age cheating. AFN pledged that affordability and inclusiveness will be prioritized in the final implementation. Nigeria's weightlifting legend Miriam Usman has become the first Nigerian athlete to compete in the Enhanced Games scheduled for May 2026 in Las Vegas. The Olympic bronze medalist will compete in the women's plus 75 kg category. The Enhanced Games is a new sporting event that permits the use of performance-enhancing substances, a concept that has generated global debate. Organizers say the competition promotes athlete autonomy and scientific advancement. Usman's participation places Nigeria among the countries represented at the inaugural event. Sports analysts say the development marks a controversial but significant moment in the athlete's illustrious career. Juju music legend Sir Shina Peters has responded to comments made by Pastor Matthew Ashimowolowo during a sermon referencing his financial history. The cleric reported used the musician as an example while preaching about delayed gratification. In a statement on social media, Shina Peters described the remarks as misleading and unfair but said he would not engage in a public dispute or legal action. He emphasized the need to uphold Christian values and mutual respect. The musician maintained that he remains financially stable and blessed, stressing that personal comparisons should not be used as lessons from the pulpit. He called for more responsible public discourse. Celebrity chef Hilda Bassi has confirmed that she is now a 3-time Guinness World Record holder. She disclosed that her September 2025 cookathon secured 2 records for the largest serving of Nigeria jollof rice and the largest serving of rice overall. The recognition adds to her earlier record of a 93-hour cooking marathon achieved in 2023. Bassi said she was surprised by the additional title, which was officially communicated months after the event. The achievement further positions Hilda Bassi as a global ambassador of Nigerian cuisine. She credited her success to teamwork and dedication, describing the milestone as a motivation for aspiring chefs. Afrobeat singer Oxlade has revealed that he does not smoke or use hard drugs, attributing his lifestyle to a strict Christian upbringing. Speaking during an interview, the singer said his early involvement in church music shaped his values. Oxlade disclosed that he served in various church choirs while growing up and described his family as musically inclined. He noted that gospel music remains central to his creative process. The artist said his success is driven by discipline and faith, adding that his global achievements are evidence of divine guidance. He hopes this story will inspire young people to stay focused and grounded. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has called for the full automation of all court processes nationwide, aiming to enhance efficiency, reduce case backlog, and promote transparency in the judicial system. Leaders and stakeholders in Abia State have thrown the support behind Governor Oti's bid for a second term, highlighting his achievements and continued commitment to the state's development. The Enugu state government has successfully recovered billions of naira from the CEO of Sujimoto in connection with the misappropriation of school funds, signaling a strong stance against financial misconduct in the education sector. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching.
Aneke television. Heu agiribonu dị egwu nkwazịrị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwamọgwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze and Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
Governor Peter Mba has revealed that the Enugu State chapter of All Progressive Congress is working towards building a 2 million member party base across the state. The declaration has sparked political conversations among residents on what such an expansion could mean for party politics and governance in Enugu State.
In any party that is doing well, they don't need to stress themselves
in bringing people. People are the ones that are supposed to come to that party. It happened that the APC government right now is doing the work that we needed in Nigeria. There is no need of APC having a plan of bringing people, because we are the one that need to come to that party that is doing well. If it happened that all this insecurity and other things that is happening in Nigeria have been stopped, we don't need all this.
If I'm to say, it will be possible because the previous administration or tenure of those APC, the Nigerians are not happy with them. That is it. So they can't make it. Then we have other parties that can face them or challenge them. Yes, if APC happen to come to the seat again, it will affect the country negatively, both economically and the political aspect of life. People are dying in hunger. People are no longer happy with APC.
Aneke television. Heu, agiribom dị egwu nkwazịrị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. Heu, mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu, na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
And welcome to the segment of entertainment this afternoon here at Aneke TV. It's your one and only Commission of Enjoyment. Today, I just have to baptize myself a new name, Commission of Enjoyment on Sweet. Well, a lot of people say sweet because me, I am ready for the Von and the vibe. Whatever you think it is, I am ready for you. Well, just moving from this, I want to bring you very, very fast that I show speed is in Nigeria, and there have been some issues, some, controversies, not just controversy, but also some clarified life events concerning I show speed, how artists are able to collaborate with him, how people need a good PR to be able to, do something, to be able to just get around him, because a lot of people are saying, I really, really wish that I could meet I Show Speed. Well, I'm talking about I Show Speed as the guy who he hit 50 million YouTube subscribers, here in Nigeria. He came to Nigeria. He went from Botswana. He came from Ghana, and now he is in Nigeria, where he is really, really gonna. Well, congratulations to I Show Speed, and just him coming in yesterday, a lot has already happened. He has gone to the Nike Art Gallery. He has gone to many other places. He has gone to do what he's doing. He has gone to, he has even gone down to meeting Jamil. Jamil, that's to a Savage son. And I'm going to show you that chap. Jamil told the mom, I want to meet I Show Speed. And the mom was like, really? Just kind of, let's have it. And before you know what's happening, Jamil had to meet, had to be connected to I Show Speed, and I Show Speed had to have a picture. He had a picture with Jamil yesterday, and I'm telling you right now that these guys are going international and they're having a wonderful time. Still on that same entertainment segment, I'm talking about what is really happening across this yesterday. Of course, I Show Speed too. He is currently in Nigeria trying to collaborate with Nigerian streamers, trying to bring in the best of the best. But I'm telling you that something happened. There's this controversy, and that Pela and Yavis, that Yavis is more decent, more coordinated than Pela, because of how Pela was just on the horse. Pela had no PR. Pela had nothing, and he wanted to meet Aisho Speed. You want to meet this great guy, and you had nothing. You just came by riding a horse. Imagine that he thought that when he go there with a horse, that the guy would just say, "Wow, you're on a horse. I've never seen a horse before." But guess what happened? He was bull crapped by the side. Not the same for Jadrolita, the AI girl, because the AI girl, they had to dance that whiskey dance together. They had to just have some time. They had some time where they had some communications, and they spent some time, of course. Now, I'm going to tell you the longest person that has stayed with Aisho Speed. The longest person that has stayed with Aisho Speed yesterday. I'm talking about the strongest, angriest man in Nigeria. He is a built man, but he says that he is the strongest and the most angry man in Nigeria. That he is the strongest and the most angry man in Nigeria. That he doesn't like what he hates. And I think that Aisho Speed is one of the people that, when you look at him and see how he is moving in his collaboration of show, of streaming, you will see that he has a lot of things to bring to the table. He has a lot of content, and he has a lot of conquest. Remember, I told you the other day he was in Botswana, and from Botswana he moved to Ghana, and now he's in the real Nigeria. And we're looking forward today for him to meet a lot of other people. Now I come to what will look like the major conversation we're going to have in today, and what will look like what is going to be today, because a lot of things has happened. And just yesterday there was a tweet, there was a video, of course, about most esteemed Pastor Paul Aneke, where he came out to say that if a woman is earning 1 million and the husband is earning 100,000, that the husband should give the woman 50,000 naira, so that the woman can have something to just take care of the house and all that. That the man should ensure that he is giving the woman almost half of the money. And a lot of this has sparked a lot of debate, reaction. And just this few weeks that left us, we left because but then this few weeks that just left us, there has been also issues around marriage, around the man moving into 3-bedroom flat with the wife, and things has just been going on. And I can tell you for a fact that people are not happy about this whole thing. People are not just happy about this whole thing, because they are saying that how can you give a woman how can you are making 1 million, that how can you now, the woman is making 1 million, how are you going to give her 50k? Why are you giving her 50,000 naira? That was the 1.1 million. There is 1 million. Where is it? Why are we not having 1 million in the house? And someone came out to say, some people say that my money is my. There are some women that they will tell you, my money is my money. Your money is our money. And there has been a lot of reactions. Dixon was against it, and a lot of other people. And this has caused a whole lot of stir on the X platform. And I'm telling you right now that what the clergyman said is something that we have to look into. But this, from a general POV, when I talk about POV, I'm talking about point of view. The general point of view is that you have to do what works for you. And some people have said it's just for them to avoid some kind of stories so that the man can be respected. Why someone has come out to say that many men, another clergy has come out to say that men does not have what to bring or value, that they rush back to holding the pillars of provision, saying if they can't provide, that means they are trash. While that's not all it says for a man to bring, and I'm telling you right now that that's not all it says for a man to bring to the table. And this has caused a lot of reaction. About as we move on, I'm going to bring you more of that in the coming days. Still on entertainment and what goes on in entertainment, you know that rumor, not even a rumor right now, but it's kind of a true saying that what goes in and comes out will not remain the same when it comes out. Well, that is what is happening right now about the Seun Kuti and Wizkid. They have been having a backlash. They have not been having it easy on X. While Seun Kuti came out to say that Wizkid FC people, they are saying, how can you be comparing, that they are comparing Fela with Wizkid. What has Wizkid done? Well, yesterday, me and the storm is over with Rashford of Aneke TV. We're talking about it, and Seun Kuti has made it plain. He is blasting these guys. He is saying that these people are not serious. He is focusing on Wizkid FC, trying to tell Wizkid where he belongs. But it looks like because he has no hair and Wizkid has hair, Wizkid is trying to reclaim his hairline by defending himself. Of course, it went so messy that I cannot even show you what really happened. And guess what, guys? We should have a picture of Burna Boy at the middle, because Burna Boy was dragged into this matter and someone was called somebody was called Didi's girlfriend. Somebody yesterday was called Didi's girlfriend, and that is something that I don't know how you can talk about. What we can say about it. Yes, how are you calling this guy Didi's girlfriend? Like, Burna Boy had to just, write few things, just trying to make the matter to be Selemene. But he was called this is not alleged. This is something that I want to tell you. It's happened. It was called Didi's girlfriend. And this matter now, all of them, they have dragged all of them enter. Just this same Kuti matter, this same guy. And it's now more than what they are talking about. They are now talking about something that has to do, the same line, family of Kuti, one of Kuti's children came out to say that that Fela should not even have had a child. That's what they said, that Fela should not even have had a child. Now, when one rumor comes out, everything will start flying out. Everybody will start contributing their own quota to the matter. Why are you contributing your quota to the matter when the matter has not finished the quota that you contributed to the quota? Well, I wanted to do a DJ verbal work, but we cannot move on with that because I am so restrained to do all that. But looking at Didi's situation, looking at Burna Boy's situation, what do you think is really happening to these guys? What do you think is happening to each and every one of these people? What do you think is happening? Should they have gone that far to call him names, to call each other names? And I'm sure that when Seun Kuti, of course, sometimes he was erratic. Sometimes, he was erratic in the whole game. And this guy went straight to, I won't say erratism, but guys, Wizkid went so he just spilled the milk. It was like, pa! And the milk spilled. And Wizkid was like, you are this, you are that. Why are we, this whole comparison of a thing does not even exist. But do you know when I will fight? When I will fight is when they will say, they will now compare Michael Jackson with somebody, with an upcoming artist in Nigeria. That's when I'm going to put my shirt and logo, because when I was growing up, Michael Jackson was the imago. This is Michael Jackson. He was unable again. Michael Jackson unable. There's this Michael Jackson unable again. Don't compare him. Don't compare Michael Jackson that I've seen in my streets with all these upcoming guys, because I will not take it from you. And when I was growing up, I used to do Michael Jackson. So don't compare me. Compare me not, because I am not who you can compare. Are you following? Yes. Zagadat. We're moving on. And this has brought a lot of issues and a lot of reactions. And you know that this thing happens a lot of times. And let me tell you something. I think artists don't have issues with themselves. Artists, I want to say artists, but artists, they don't have issues with themselves because they are some kind of people who understand the game and they are playing their part in it. They are trying to, consolidate one another. The people that have issue with themselves is the fans. The fans always have one issue or the other. Now, not just the fans. It's not just the fans. The fans will drag in the things they should not drag in and then complicate the matter. Well, Mata played for Manchester United some time ago. So Mata has retired. But it's not in the matter that we're talking about. Moving on from that. As the Commission of Enjoyment, wherever you are listening to me this afternoon, I hope you are having a good day and I hope that your day is going hot and spicy. In case Odaga, you just have to go somewhere and pick a bottle of Inhoboningango and tell them that I will not pay. Then I will pay. But if you tell them I will pay, I will not pay because it's the standard of the Commission of Enjoyment. In my constituency, we don't do what we say. We say what we don't do and we do what we say. Now, moving on from that. I'm bringing you still on this dragging matter. Sometimes they drag Davido and they have been dragging Davido. But something happened yesterday. OBO. Oh my days. OBO is the OBO that he says he is. I want to tell you guys something. In whatever you do, make sure that you have a great dad. Let me tell you, OBO's dad came out and he spoke like a father. And he cleared the air. He had a press conference. Someone as rich as Dr. Deji Adeleke came out and sat down to say that look at what happened, that his son has nothing. Of course, they did that, but look at the kind of accusation that his son has received. And they have done 5 DNA tests on Ano. And Ano has read. Ano. I wanted to call you names, but now I can't call you because these things are just what it is. And Ano has insisted, even till now, Ano is insisting that that girl is Davido's daughter. I can't wonder, what did they happen? This man don't come out. Do you guys know who Jesus, do you know who Davido's dad is? We don't know. Davido's dad single-handedly built a transformer. I'm just telling you people for update information. Single-handedly, he built a transformer. Not for the community. Not just go and research about that. Let me leave it at that. And he has come out to clear the air that this child is not their child. That there are sometimes they are giving them rumor that what they will do is that they will take in their child. That if this child, that he has been supporting these people. I like Davido's dad, man. Imagine, okay, let me tell you guys something. Imagine Davido's mom is alive. That imagine that she did not, that he did not lost the mom. Imagine that the mom, is here today. Kai, I will tell you, there's a lot of love in OBO's family. There's a lot of love. I'm telling you right now that there's a lot of love in OBO's family. And this is one of the phenomena. So everybody wants to ready go. Phenomenal. This is one of the phenomena that I've seen, that he could come out to speak for his son. And he's not saying, oh, my children, oh, my guys, you guys got that shit together. You guys got this shit together. No, he is saying it on a clear fact that his son did not do what they said he did. And that look at, he gave the details. The video long, gang, once already go, gang. That's how long the video that he dropped yesterday was. And I'm telling you that this matter long. And the lady came out today too to say that what type of dance is this? What type of dance is this? The lady was saying that that the man is lying. Nah, let me tell you people something. We know that we are not taking any of them to heaven. We're not taking any of them to heaven. So that's to tell you that there are certain things that is up. So I don't know what you think about the DNA stuff. Davido has said 5 times he has done DNA, and some people were like, "Who? You've done DNA 5 times? That means you must have done this somewhere. You must have." And the father came out and said, and he cleared the air. Well, the lady is still insisting that that did not happen as the father said. Well, I'm telling you that that did not happen as they said. The father is who we should believe and look at. Just see the video. When you look at the video, I want to tell you guys something. That when you look at the video is not it's not somebody that is just that just existed. Do you know, as of 2014, the video don't get a Range Rover. Like, he is not a Lapo, he is a Nepo. Oh my days, this guy, right from time I saw his picture as of 2017. You know this AMG is it AMG GLE? We're talking about AMG GLE. This Okwote Kenes the Benz. Davido has had it since 2017. The time he went to church and told us that he's going to dedicate his life to Jesus. But I'm asking him, on this road to dedicate his life to Jesus, the guy, he had a slippery of leg. But we know that OBO, we trust and we believe that not that you have lost or you didn't do what you should do, but the way you are going, this is what your life, this is what entertainment is. And OBO has been consistent for over a decade now, giving the bedu, and now bring me back. I want to speak to the young man out there. Young man, listen. I know that, as a young guy, as a young bobo, felt fresh and spicy, yeah, I know that you actually want to enjoy life, but as a commission of enjoyment, in my consequence, we do the good enjoyment. You know why? See, that's why you just have to, set your standards early enough in life. I will blame not just Davido, I will blame everyone around him too. We all need guidance. We all just need that guidance. Why I'm going to blame them? I'm not blaming them to kill them. No, I'm blaming them, just a light blame. You can direct this young man from the days he sang Damiduro, before he started having a lot of all those. You know the funny thing, there will still be stories tomorrow about baby mamas too that we have not discovered, and that could have just stopped. That could have just been put to place if he was guided, if he was built. Of course, that is also to tell you, just in a nutshell, what not having a mom or having someone to really guide you, what it does in the life of people. And I'm telling you, young man, just make sure that you avoid drama. Guys, there's nothing like avoiding drama. Avoid this drama. Avoid this drama. Avoid these ladies. Avoid these girls. Avoid them. Avoid them. You have Chioma, and Chioma is Jesus gear, and that's why we can call her Chioma Jesus. You have Chioma Jesus. Nah, just focus on your Chioma. I know that you said you're not gonna make music again in 2026, so that you can have some rest after you are done with your tour last year. But I can tell you, OBO, just relax and plan your life together. We don't want these rumors again. We don't want all this drama again. Of course, it makes you more popular. It's part of the entertainment business, but we don't want it again. We want to have a sane OBO. We want to have an OBO that delivers the best in the game. And I'm telling you right now that in Nigeria, it looks like the entertainment industry is very, very slow and dry. That the people that are on the hike of activities are the streamers, and I'm telling you that. But the musicians are taking their time to drop their albums. Of course, we're expecting a Wizkid and Asake's EP, if it has not even dropped. Of course, I've not checked, but you have to check if it has dropped. We're expecting other songs coming up. And last year was the year that they had a banger song. It was in 2025. We would never forget Laho forever. We will never forget Laho remix. We will never forget Davido's Nani Nana Nana. We will never forget that song, With You. I thought when I saw that song with Omale, If I thought, there's a gospel song that they call With You from Frank, one of the great American singers, and Fia. I thought that was James Fortune, sorry, with Fia, and I thought it was that kind of With You, but I didn't know it was another With You. So I didn't know it was really another With You. Well, another With You today. We will never forget With You, and we'll never forget the song that he did with Odumodo Black and the Chike funds, mismanage my funds. In that same light, we'll never forget a lot of songs in 2025. And I'm talking to you right now. We'll never forget the songs. We still never forget Odumodo Black, because last year was one of the years after Odumodo came out to the big scene with Declan Rice, and after that rice did not decline because rice became plenty. He went ahead to cook beans, and we have been eating the beans that he cooked. He cooked beans and added dog meat. That's why he said dog eats dog in his album. That is what it is, and that is what is happening. Of course, that's what is happening. Really. We will never forget Odumodo Black. And who do you think we will never forget again last year? We will never forget Asake. We will never forget Asake, because as Asake moved from YBNL, as he moved from YBNL to the next record label, man, he changed his YBNL identity. His very first song that came to the scene, not Omope really. Omope was a good song, but I'm talking about the song that he sang, Assalamu Alaikum, PBUY, peace be unto you. And I'm using that to sign out this afternoon. Peace be unto you. Peace be unto you, my guy. Peace be unto you, my babe. Peace be unto you, my sis. Peace be unto you, my daddy. Peace be unto you, Mr. Uche. Peace be unto you, to all the Aneke crews, because we are signing out this afternoon. Is the one and only Commission of Enjoyment, bringing you the best of the vibes and the enjoyment. This is where we call it a day, and I hope you had a good time in the show. See you same time, same station tomorrow, as we come together to look into what happened. Well, like I said, if you must drink, don't drink water. But if you must not drink water, make sure that you don't drive, because it's only water you can drink to drive. And that is what we're talking about, and that is what it is. See you again. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Please, on behalf of the Nigeria Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, PhD APM, to warmly welcome you all to this historic groundbreaking ceremony for the construction of an 8-man rank and file quarters here at the Ozara Divisional Police Headquarters of the Enugu State Police Command. The Inspector General of Police expresses his profound appreciation to the board and management of the Nigerian Police Trust Fund for embarking on this landmark project aimed at providing decent accommodation for police officers serving in the Zala Division. It will significantly boost morale, improve operational efficiency, and strengthen the commitment of the benefiting officers to their constitutional duties. The Enugu State Command, like Oliver Twist, respectfully request the Trust Fund to kindly extend this noble intervention to other police facilities across the state.
Today marks an important milestone, not just for the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, but for the men and women of the Nigerian police force who serve our nation with courage and dignity. The construction of this 6-month rank and file accommodation here in Ozala, Kano West local government area, is part of our deliberate efforts to address the long-standing accommodation gaps faced by the police personnel across the country. This gap has affected morale, efficiency, and the overall well-being of our police officers. And we have taken it upon ourselves to begin finding practical and sustainable solutions. I wish to specially acknowledge and thank the Enugu State government for the provision of this site. This land given to us here is not just a parcel of land, it is a symbol of partnership, trust, and shared responsibility that reflects the government and the governor's commitment to security and improving the welfare of those who protect our communities. At the Nigerian Police Trust Fund, we strongly believe that a well-housed police officer is more motivated, more focused, and a more effective police officer. As we break ground today, I want to ensure the people of Enugu and the Nigerian Police Force that this project will be delivered with transparency, quality, and speed. We remain committed to ensuring value for money and a lasting impact on our citizens. Ozala Division has been one central police location in Kano land and even in Enugu. I'm only praying for more, that there be more, because the challenges that is already facing Ozala as a community is getting bigger than anybody could think. Ozala has become so much urbanized in a very short while. The pressure of Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, intersected by Udi Anambra Road, is huge. So the requirement of policing in Ozala is bigger than all of you could think, sirs. And I want to pray to you as you go back to Abuja. Remember the need to strengthen Ozala Police Division to be able to face the challenges it is meant to face. I also want to appreciate our Honorable Commissioner. He came into an environment where Governor is really a chief security officer. He laid ground for a perfect security situation in Enugu State, and it's been helping him combat crime. And we have seen enormous results in his performances in Enugu. Please, let's give me a round of applause.
Thank you. Are we clapping? We give congratulations to not just the police but the good people of Ghana.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042, and a pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and, of course, joy. And bring you today's brightfulness and that cheer. I am Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, of course, and today is Thursday, 22nd of January 2026. And of course, we've got a power-packed morning for you here today on Sunrise, where we've got that trending story. We've got a weather report and our business talk update, and of course, that special Sunrise vibe to help us begin our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Enjoy the cruise because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and starting on Sunrise today, we'll be kicking things off with our quote of the day. With words that are thoughtful, words that are inspiring, words that offer us insight in whatever we do to help us stay well focused, stay well driven, and of course be motivated.
Then it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates you need to be informed will be shared hot and tasty.
Yes, and right after that, we'll be giving you our weather report for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And let's wrap things up by bringing to you the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the mental mechanic, the commissioner of enjoyment, and the business news updates.
All right, now moving over to our quote for today, over to our Morning Show Inspiration segment. Our Morning Show Inspiration segment is coming from Mahatma Gandhi, and in his quote he says, "The future depends on what you do today." This quote coming from Mahatma Gandhi that says, "The future depends on what you do today." Now what this quote means, in essence, is that tomorrow is shaped by the actions you take today. Mahatma Gandhi is trying to emphasize, or is emphasizing, that the future is not just something. And the future is not just something that we wish upon. The future is not something that we dream about, but also it's something. It becomes something when we work towards it, when we take action, like we said yesterday, taking action and not just dreaming, but also when you have plans, when you act according to what you want to achieve, when you act or you have this dream. You have this dream that you want to achieve. You have what you want to get, maybe tomorrow or next tomorrow. Now, what it's actually saying is that what we do today depends on what we achieve tomorrow, what we can achieve in the future. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your own take on this quote.
All right, I think Mahatma Gandhi is quite apt, when he speaks to us like this, he speaks to us, directly coming from a man who would say conquered, many things in life. He's one person that will know that conquered greed, and is able to meticulously plan out his days, leading to what the Indian nation enjoys today as independence, because he's one of the fathers of that nation, enduring torture, being very focused on what he wants to attain in terms of Indian independence and how he wants to attain it. And when he speaks to us about that the future depends on what you do today, that's exactly. And it then brings me to what one Latin adage that tells us that fugis non regamus est. Time wasted cannot be regained, and therefore for you to be able to secure your future, you have to start today. And what does that tell you? That to be successful, you have to be intentional about life. You have to be intentional about what you do, and being intentional starts with being meticulous in planning. And when you are very meticulous in your planning, orchestrating every hour, like the Latin adage tells us, that every minute, every hour you lost can never be regained. Tempus fugis non regamus est. You can't regain it. So every minute, every time, every hour counts for you to be able to actualize that very future that you dream of. And when you've meticulously planned, the next thing is to be precise on execution. Yes, you have to be precise on execution. So planning, intentional planning, meticulous planning, and precise execution is what counts, and that will set you apart in realizing whatever you've dreamt, whatever future you've wished yourself. It doesn't just happen. You plan it, you orchestrate it, then you begin to live it. So future depends on your today, depends on how you wish it, but beyond wishing, you need to work for it. And that's what Mahatma Gandhi is telling us this morning.
All right, thank you very much for that. So what Mahatma Gandhi is also telling us is that whether in personal goals, education, leadership, or nation building, that what you do or fail to do today sets the direction for what comes next. And also to round up, if you want a better future, you should start acting differently today, because small, consistent action now can actually lead to a meaningful change later. So whatever you want to happen in the future, you should start acting now. And while we're doing so, let us keep in mind that every new sunrise is a platform for us to grow. It's an opportunity when we learn something new and simply be more present in whatever we do. Now also let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And up next is our weather report.
Yes, we'll take a look across the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. Today it kicks off with partly skies in Oka with a hint of light early morning showers possible, but don't put away those sunglasses yet. Expect a high around 33 degrees Celsius and a low near 23 degrees Celsius tonight. The sunshine will break through as the day warms up, keeping your Thursday warm and mostly dry.
And good morning, Enugu. Over to the coast city. Today will be partly cloudy skies with bursts of sunshine. Daytime temperatures will be hot and inviting, typical for this time of the year as the dry season holds on.
Abakaliki, it's another toasty Thursday in Abakaliki, so expect plenty of sunshine with only scattered clouds. To keep things interesting, temperatures will stay high, so hydrate early and hydrate often.
And over to Owerri. Owerri today is expected to be feeling sizzling with a daytime temperature potentially pushing mid to mid 30 degrees Celsius. This city will serve you up classic dry season heat with sunshine and only seasonal cloud breaks. Morning fans will enjoy tolerable warmth that builds quickly into a hot afternoon. So keep that water close.
Yes, and in Umahia wakes up to hot and humid conditions today. Courtesy of that southeast dry season, sun mixing with lingering humidity. Daytime highs is around 32 degrees Celsius, which will bring sweatbed energy, but evening breeze will cool things down comfortably.
So wherever you are in southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, and you do remember that either rain or shine. With that report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll be back with more news updates. Please stay with us.
Aneke television. Hey, agiribonu di egwu nkwago na mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Hey, mgbe ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme, mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke televishọn. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at our newspaper for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Daily Trust and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning for the news, debates, interpretation and analysis is the man of many parts, the Commissioner of Enjoyment, the Sports Oracle himself, Mr. Good Hope. It's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to
You're welcome. All right, now moving over to our headlines, newspaper headlines for today, starting from The Nation headline that reads, Our Strategies in Tinubu's Victory in 2027 by Yilwada. And on the Punch paper, the major headline there says, Counter-terrorism campaign, federal government moves to fast-track trail of 5,000 insurgents. And on the Daily Trust paper, the major headline there reads, Kaduna abduction, the denial that failed. And on the Guardian paper, the headline there says, Labour Party leadership verdict alters opposition politics ahead of 2027. Now we're starting today's paper from the Punch newspaper, and a major headline that reads, Counter-terrorism campaign, federal government moves to fast-track trial of 5,000 insurgents. Now the federal government is stepping up its counter-terrorism efforts by moving to accelerate the trial of over 5,000 suspected insurgents currently in detention. Authorities say the plan is aimed at decongesting detention facilities, ensuring justice for victims, and strengthening national security. Special course Courts and streamlined legal processes are being considered to handle the massive caseload as Nigerians continue to demand both justice and safety.
All right, looking at this headline in the Punch newspaper, where we are being told this morning that the counter-terrorism campaign, FG moves to fast-track trial of 5,000 insurgents, is very welcome development in these times. Believing that we are dealing with heightened security issues in Nigeria at the moment. And when you see this, first of all, it takes you back to the news headline yesterday where we were seeing the issue around Kaduna State government wanting to free some suspected terrorists who've been in detention, and then as part of negotiation. And you recall yesterday that we vehemently critiqued such approach to security issues, and telling the federal government that it's time we harmonize our security engagement in terms of the subnational and the federal government. Not a situation where the government at the center is doing one thing, then you have the subnational government doing a different thing. Rather, we feel that there should be a holistic approach, in handling issues around terrorism and the counterinsurgents approach. Do remember that part of the issues that the United States government did raise when they were talking about Nigeria being a country of particular concern and issues around Christian genocide in Nigeria. Part of the issues that were deliberated at the legislature is the willingness of the Nigerian counterpart to fight, terrorism in Nigeria. And when you begin to see headlines like that, then it may begin to give credence to people who hold such views about Nigerians' unwillingness to combat, insecurity issues. Now, this morning, as becomes an irony when you see this headline where the federal government, is fast-tracking trial of 5,000 insurgents as to compare with what is going on in Katsina State. So you see that there is no common front on our approach regarding handling of terrorism issues. Yeah. But be that as it may, one may be, encouraged to see that, yes, federal government is doing something in that regard, while we are talking about fast-tracking of these very terrorists or insurgents, as we choose to call them, is a welcome development to see that there is a speedy trial, so that those who are, in any case, roped into or lumped together with these terrorists and bandits, if they are innocent ones, they will be set free, as soon as possible. But having said that, now it brings attention to a different issue where we see that National Counter-Terrorism Center is in the fray with defense, the legal team, and the defense ministry, in conjunction with the Ministry of Justice, is collaborating to see to this fast track of trial. Is a welcome development, but one thing now becomes a different issue when I look at it, that people have been kept in a trial detention center. The question now is, for how long have they been detained? How long has the investigation been going on? And why is it that we don't have a special court in place to fast track this trial, a situation where you don't need to detain people for so long? Remember that when law is involved, that any accused person is presumed innocent until found guilty. Yeah. And it becomes more worrisome, when